Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have TJ Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. TJ Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of TJ Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because TJ Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
going on, guys? What's going on? How you guys doing today? How you guys doing? Happy August 1st. I am so ecstatic to be here today. I have a great topic for today. It's quite shocking, if you ask me, but I will be covering the Carlee Russell continuing story. I have done several videos on Carlee Russell. I have been covering this topic exclusively because I believe that there are so many learning pieces that we can take away from this story. And I dropped the link today because I would love for people to call in and give me their perspectives after I give you my take on the ex-boyfriend. And I'm just going to be honest and blunt with you. My take is this. The ex-boyfriend is indeed responsible for Carlee Russell's behavior. And I'm going to go in depth about that as we progress through the show. I'm going to go in depth about that. But before I do, I want to send a shout out to everybody that is here, everybody that is in the chat. Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way, guys. Hit the like button on your way in. Salute to you all. I don't know what to say, man. I'm so glad to be an American. I'm so glad to still be relatively young. I'm so glad that I could send out positivity to you all. I'm so glad that I live in this free market capitalist society. I could be anything that I want to be. I can do anything that I want to do, obviously within my own rights and not violating other people's rights, of course. I can make as much money as possible. I can create any business that I want. And I just love this country. I love this country. For all of you who don't know, this month, believe it or not, I used to be a very avid reader when I was a mere child. And I used to love reading in the summertime. I used to love having like little reading groups with my friends, particularly girls in the neighborhood. And I have gotten back into the spirit of reading. And right now I'm currently reading 6 books right now. And when you call in today, I will ask you, what books have you read? What are you reading? Or what have you read lately? But currently, I am reading Vivek Ramaswamy's Woke Inc. Great book. I've started reading this. For all of you who don't know, Vivek Ramaswamy is he is a pharmaceutical entrepreneur. He is currently running for the president of the United States of America under the GOP. Excuse me. And this is a great book, Woke Inc. I'm also reading Peter Navarro's Death by China. Great book. I've already started reading this. I'm also reading Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time. I'm also reading an old book called Big Data. I've started this one already. Great book. And particularly if you are in the AI field, cloud computing, Chat GPT, this would be a great book because it is 10 years old and it speaks specifically about what is taking place currently. I've started reading this as well. Great book. Also, this is a really good one. Peter Schweitzer's Red-Handed, great book as well. I've started reading this one. It really dibbles and dabbles with a lot of corruption going on between American politicians and China. And I'm reading another Peter Navarro book. This one is called Crouching Tiger. What China's militarism means for the world. So I started reading this one as well. Great book as well. Salute to everybody that is in the chat. Positivity is coming your way at the speed of light. I hope all is well with you and yours. Today, and I'm going to be here for quite some time today, but when you cam up, let's please refrain from using any vulgarity. Let's please refrain from cursing. Let's please keep it to a decent conversation. Let's be adult about it. Let's show respect towards each other and towards the chat. And guys, as you all know, a lot of comments go through the thread while I'm live streaming. If you want me to respond to a comment or question, please hit the super chat. Please hit the super chat for priority. So please don't get offended if I'm not reading your super chat. I mean, don't get offended if I'm not reading your comment. It's just that thousands of comments are coming through, but super chats, because you pay for them, obviously will get priority. Now, I wanted to talk about Carlee Russell and why I believe she is a victim of Black male behavior. On my channel, The Chaotic Truth, before I go into my diatribes, I always emphasize that I am the Negro whisperer. I am a whistleblower of sorts in particularly the Black community. Some people may call me a Negroologist. Somebody may call me a Negro historian of sorts, and I am to a degree. I have a background in African studies, an actual degree in African studies. I also live and have lived around Blacks. I've done business in Black neighborhoods. I've been a teacher in Black schools. I've gone to Black churches. So I'm very familiar with Black culture. And that gives me credence to speak about it or speak on Black culture and be completely honest about Black culture. Now, Carlee, the more I look at it, it's really not to blame. The more I sit back and I just think about the entire community, and I think about the behavior of the community. The Black male primarily is a very simple creature. Not all Black men are like this, but large numbers of Black men are. The Black male primarily wants to smoke weed. The Black male primarily wants to play. The Black male primarily wants to have sex. To be completely honest with you, let's talk about playing, for example, and I'm going to correlate all this with Carlee in a minute. Just give me some time here. Now, when we talk about play, what are we talking about, Chaotic? What do you mean playing? Well, I'll tell you, as being an observer of Negroes for almost 40 years that I've been on this planet. You see, the Negro He immerses himself in playing video games. He immerses himself in recreation, even into advanced ages. You see a lot of Negroes playing video games. You see a lot of Negroes shooting dice. You see a lot of Negroes on TikTok, on Instagram, and they're playing. A lot of the times they're not doing anything productive. You see a lot of Negroes, the highlight of their week is to go to the club to play. In general, to play. The Negro likes to be entertained. You will see a lot of Negroes, they'll sit around and they pride themselves on buying big screen TVs to play, to watch TV. That's a form of playing, entertainment. Well, Chaotic, what does this have to do with Carlee? I'm going to get there. Just pay attention. I'm going to get there. The Negro or the black male, he prides himself on knowing about Power, the TV show, prides himself on knowing about rap, prides himself on knowing something frivolous 9 times out of 10. Again, guys, not all black men are like this. Again, Chaotic, what does this have to do with Carlee? Give me a second. I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. The black male, he knows all about basketball. He knows all about Power, the TV drama. The black male knows all about rap. But if you were to ask the average black male, hey, average black male, what do you think about China and the Malacca Strait and the Taiwan Strait and geopolitics? And what do you think about renewable energy? I don't know that. Okay. I've known several black males in my life. Instead of focusing on family and children, they would rather play video games because they're interested in playing. Oh, Chaotic. Now I kind of see where you're going with this. At first, you were sounding a little bit crazy, but now I see. When I was a kid, I knew an older black man prided himself on knowing about all the video games, playing games, but he neglected his children. He didn't build a relationship with his own children. And I've known a lot of men like this. They focus on play. They focus on me, and me. They're not focused on the responsible things in life. The story I'm telling you about the guy that I knew when I was a kid, instead of taking his kids to the art museum, instead of taking his kids to the library, instead of being around his kids 24/7, this guy was playing video games. I knew another friend of mine growing up. I'm talking about when I was a little kid. Same thing with his father. His father didn't live with him. His father lived with, I'm sorry, he lived with his grandmother. We know I've known little kids like this growing up. They live with their grandmothers. His father was playing too. You know what his father was doing? Playing in the neighborhood, chasing after females. How do I know? I used to see it. And when I was a kid, I never asked my friend anything about his family. Like, hey man, how come you don't have a dad like me? How come your dad doesn't live with you? It never crossed my mind to ask him that. He never had a relationship with his father, and he was always upset. I can go on and on and on about the black male. Not trying to bash the black male, not trying to throw the black male under the bus, but I'm trying to convey a message here. The same thing with relationships, not just kids, but the same thing with the black male's relationship with women. The black male is playing. Instead of trying to build up a relationship with his, particularly wife, the black male is playing. The black male will take 10 years to propose to a girlfriend. How do I know that? I saw that growing up all my life. Black male, I have a girlfriend. Hey, man, you still with such and such? Yeah, man, we still together. You see the Negro 5 years later. Hey, man, you still with such? Yeah, man, we still together. I'm like, oh, you haven't married her yet? Because the black man wants to play. He wants to be known as a player. He wants to be known in the streets. Tell me I'm lying. So he's playing. He's spending his day chasing women, talking and playing on the phone with women. All the while, he's not developing the relationship that he's been in for 2 or 3 years already. He hasn't proposed to his current girlfriend. Because he's playing. The Negro plays a lot, just plays. He may not be in the sandbox twiddling his thumbs like a child, but he's playing as an adult now. He wants to buy the next souped up car to show off in front of his friends because he's playing. That's what kids do. They play. Hey, look what I got. Look at my toy. But now when you're an adult, your toy is a charger. Your toy is some new shoes. And I saw that all my life growing up, observing the Negro. I was always the David Attenborough of blacks. If this was National Geographic, I would be the narrator of blacks because I'm an expert. Just like when you go to the zoo and the zookeeper is an expert on a giraffe. Hey, I've been working with giraffes for 20 years. Hey, I've been working with lions for 20 years. I know the lion. I know their cycles of eating. I know their cycles of sleeping. I know when they're upset. I know when they're happy. You know when the lion's happy? Yeah, I've been working for them 20 years. That's how I am with blacks. I make it my duty to understand not just myself, but the race or the ethnicity that I belong to. Now, you hear all the time, not just on panels on Lapeef, not just panels on Cruise Season, not panels on Anton, but you hear this on all types of panels, especially in the red pill community. You hear that the man is superior. I'm talking about human beings. You hear that the human male is superior. Well, if the human male is superior, that means that we take on the responsibility of everything that is in our reality. You don't blame a child for war. You don't blame a child for a car accident. You don't blame a child for anything, right? Because a child is not on your level. When a child acts a fool, generally it's where was the adult at in this situation? Why did this kid get hurt? Why did this kid punch this other kid? Who was watching these kids? See, it's never really a child's fault because they're incapable of managing themselves. They're dumb kids. We get that. So that's why adults are superior to children. But the same thing in the adult environment. Men are superior to women. Men don't blame women for wars. Men don't blame women for anything really in society because men generally take the responsibility of managing society. Nobody really counts on a woman to be on the front lines because women aren't that physically strong. They're not that mentally strong. And that's not how they were designed to be. And men understand that. But a lot of men don't. A lot of men don't see it like that. A lot of men think that women should be accountable. Well, how can a woman be accountable if you're the superior human being? You're the superior one. How did you let this woman get to be what she is? How can you blame a woman who really has most women, to be honest with you, have the mentality of a child? They're emotional, they're illogical. And let's be completely honest. If men were to disappear, you wouldn't see bridges anymore. You wouldn't see skyscrapers. You wouldn't have sewage systems because women are incapable of creating these systems, let alone managing these systems. Well, how do you know that, chaotic? Well, how come women don't dig ditches right now? How come women don't build bridges right now? Oh, I saw a woman. Yeah, you saw a woman. You didn't see women because it's not in their nature. I'm about to bring it to Carlee in a minute. We were going in too hard on Carlee, and it hit me the other day when I was speaking to my wife. It hit me the other day. If I go onto a battlefield, do I want a woman with me or do I want a man with me? I want a man. Because I know that a man is going to, if I'm injured, a man could carry me 100 yards. I don't want a woman there. If I'm negotiating something, I would like preferably men around because men understand high stake gambles. Men are not, men have a way of interacting with people. Women are emotional. How many women have you seen cry on the job? How many women have you seen quit on a job? How many women have you ever seen rally? I've never seen one woman ever rally. What do you mean rally? Well, what I mean is an individual who has the capability of not getting sleep, not eating, and just working through a shift. Women don't have that. They just don't have that. Men do. So in Carlee's situation, I get it. Carlee grew up pampered, like most Americans do. Carlee grew up in a two-parent household. Carlee probably didn't dibble and dabble in the streets like this young boy that she was talking to. And this boy, and I'm gonna go to his Instagram. I'm gonna go to some of his videos. He is playing. His Instagram shows it. He's more concerned with showing off his car. Look at my car. Look at my car, nigga. Look at what I got. He's more concerned with showing off his clothes. And now his mind is so into a playful mode, like a child. He is throwing a party, and the party is called Search and Rescue. And basically, this is to help him find a new girlfriend because he's playing. He's not serious about life. And that's how a lot of Black men are. They're not serious. And so a girl like Carlee, who's grown up in a stable home, who's seen two parents, she's not used to this disorder. So she meets this guy who is a disorderly character. And with women being illogical by nature, she's out on her own. She's probably done everything right up in life until she meets this character. And it boggles her mind. He takes me out on dates. I think he likes me. But I wake up the next morning, he's not there. We've been dating for 6 months, but he doesn't put me on his Instagram. I thought he liked me. Hey, we've been dating for a year now. He hasn't proposed. I thought he liked me. That can drive a female crazy. I get it now. I'm not caping for women. Women are like children, but I get it. I understand it. When I was teaching many years ago, the worst thing you can do is promise a child something. Hey guys, we're going to have pizza at 1 o'clock. Let 1 o'clock come and that pizza ain't there. What do kids do? I thought you were ordering pizza. Their brains can't take it. They don't understand that the pizza might be late. They don't understand that things happen because they're children. They don't have a concept of time. They're children. Their brains are illogical. Well, women are like that. I thought that he loved me because he stuck his penis inside of me. To men, we don't think nothing of it, but women, see, you're playing with her. And that's why a lot of these women go crazy. Because men destroy the mentality of women. I get it now. Because men are the superior ones. We can manipulate a situation, or we can understand that we need to be the responsible ones in a situation. And a lot of group of people have mastered this. They've mastered it. They've mastered the art of not playing anymore. So Carlee, that boy probably promised Carlee so many things. He never came through with it. That boy probably was, and I'm going to show you some stuff about him. He probably was promising her a relationship, promising her marriage. And all the while he's talking to other females, playing around. So it thus sent her down a spiral of mental illness. And that's how a lot of women are. Yeah, because the problem is, especially with Black men. See, you Black men are so much perfectionists at being simps that you put women on your pedestal. You call them queens, you call them sister. You want to get advice from them? No, they are women. Their brains are not like your brains. They're not designed for leadership. They're not designed to give men advice. What advice could a woman possibly give a man? Other than how to have a kid, I don't get any advice from a woman. It doesn't make any sense to me. So what men need to do is be responsible with not just vetting a woman, but being responsible enough to be the manager of a relationship. That's why I brought up the whole thing with kids. A lot of men are not great at being fathers. A lot of men will breed with a woman and not be in the child's life and wonder why there's an issue with the woman, the child. Wonder because you have not managed that situation correctly. First of all, you may have impregnated a female who was already mentally ill from other relationships because you didn't vet. Plus, you're not in the child's life on a daily basis. You're playing around. And I see it too often. I see it so often. If you're with a female, it is your duty as a man to tell her how to dress. It is your duty as a man to tell her how to look. It is your duty as a man to cultivate her mind. See, the problem with that boy, and I can look at him and tell, he wants to be the flyest dude in the city. You've been to his Instagram. I'm not making this up. He wants to be the live dude. Oh, I'm live. Playing. He wants to play. But he doesn't understand that a society is built on seriousness. And that seriousness starts with a micro relationship, like the one that he supposedly had with her. But he wants to play. He wants to drive his little Charger, go to the clubs, wear his nice little urban clothes, probably smoking weed, probably get a little drink because he wants to be cool. Instead of saying, you know what, Carlee, you come from a good background. I come from a good background. Let's get married, raise some children. Let's participate in bettering the community. Instead of going to the club, let's go to the library. Let's get a book. He won't do that because he's too busy playing around, not being serious. And thus, you have this girl who spirals out of control because she doesn't have a good leader in her life. And thus, it leads to her creating this story. Now, people are going to ask, well, how come she won't get in trouble? Because you dummies. How many times I got to tell you little shits this? Women don't get in trouble because there is a double standard. Even when it comes to murder, there's a double standard. It's always going to be like that. Women aren't held accountable because they are women. The justice system understands that. Society as a whole understands that. Because society as a whole understands that women are like children. That's why you don't see women literally on the front lines in war. I'm not trying to downplay men, especially black men, but you have to make better choices, man. You have to make better choices. Put the video game controller down. Put the weed down. Put the alcohol bottle down. Stop prioritizing going to the club and build your relationships with your children, with your girlfriend. Make your girlfriend your wife. It was a joke in college. A white boy. He even came to me one time. He said, "Man, chaotic, man. All I ever see you is with a different female every week, man." Playing, because I was playing. Or the white boys, they had one girlfriend. Believe it or not. One girlfriend. The entire college experience, a lot of white boys had one girlfriend and married her. Hey, man, let's date. Let's get married after college. Let's be ready. And a lot of them got married. Black people, we play. We play too much. We have a play gene. There's a white guy that calls into my channel. Be brave and think. If he's watching, he can call in. He says it, and I've been saying it for years. The black man has a play gene. Playfulness. Acting silly, acting like a child, even dressing like children. Most black men in their 50s dress like little kids. Because it's this level of responsibility that we are afraid of as black men. To be completely honest with you. And now that I look at it, I believe that Carlee is a victim of black male behavior. She's a victim. Just like most women are victims of black male behavior. I saw an Instagram post that was sent to me the other day. If I don't want to say his name, but if he's in the chat, he can say it. Black dude was complaining about child support. Negro ended up having three kids by three different women. I wanted to write to the guy who made the post, "You're playing. Don't blame your children's mothers because they got you all in child support court, because you're paying all this money and they don't want you to see the kids. You've been playing a big game here with three people, three different women. You're playing a game with the children. You're playing a game. And now you're upset because you got to dish out money. You should dish out monies, my good man, because you're playing. You're not serious about society or societal development. What do you have three kids out here in the streets for? You're not in any of their lives on a daily basis. These kids possibly will end up growing up to be people who are criminals, etc. And then people like me are going to have to lock them away because you're playing. You're not serious about life. You're not serious. And then you want sympathy. You don't get any sympathy, my good man, because you're playing. Marry the woman that you're sleeping with, or don't sleep with them at all. Because now that I'm older, I realize that the human being is a very sexual creature. But we have to manage our barbaric and primitive urges, because we understand that women are highly emotional. And the more partners they have, the crazier that they get. Then you have children. You're not in the life. She's struggling or she's upset. It further makes her crazy. Then it's just society's problem now. Same thing with Carlee. That boy was cheating on her, lying to her, saying that they were in a relationship. The girl probably developed some sort of, the girl probably already, first of all, again, she's already a woman, illogical, chemical imbalance. And then this boy who's playing sealed the deal on her craziness. And that's why I have to blame a lot of black men. And I do. And I do have to blame black men for this. And I blame black men for a lot of the problems in the community. A lot of the problems. Because the black man should be held accountable for his community. Rulership isn't shared with women. Never. Only in the Black American community is rulership shared, or it's a complete matriarchy. That's impossible. Women are dumb, and not in a disrespectful way, but women are dumb, and they know that. That's the beauty of a woman. See, women could talk all of that. I'm this, I'm that. Let society collapse and see how quick women have their asses in the kitchen when you tell them, hey, why don't you go in the front lines and fight? Oh, no. Watch how fast women will be in that kitchen, sweeping. Let those boys go fight. I ain't doing that. Because women aren't designed to get their faces blown off in war. They're not designed like that. They're not designed to be 70 stories high on an I-beam constructing a skyscraper. They're not designed like that. And they never will be. They're not designed to explore the oceans. They're not designed like that. Men are. And when the black man understands that he is master and commander, we won't have any Carlee Russells, because the black man would have already instilled in her, hey, we're going to shame our women if they do something like that. We're going to shame the guy who was with her. Why weren't you married to her? Why did she do what she did? And you're the boyfriend, but you're looking for what? Wait a minute, what's going on here? You're the cause of it. You're the cause of it. And you can say what you want to say about me, but one thing you could never say about Chaotic is this: I don't have women doing that in my life. I don't have kids running around the city because I am super perfect at managing things like that. I don't have kids because I understand that kids are a unique situation in life. You have kids, you got to give up video games. You have kids, you got to give up your vices. You have kids, you got to spend 24 hours, 7 days a week with them. Because kids are unique, especially black kids. They're unique. You can't play as a man when you have them. My dad, listen, jack of all trades. But every day he was in that house, when we needed something, we needed a question answered, we needed help with something, he would stop what he was doing and came and catered to our damn needs. A lot of black men aren't like that because they're playing. Don't you see me smoking weed, man? I play video games. Leave me alone, man. I need me time. You don't get me time if you have kids, you dumb nigga. What do you mean, me time? You don't get me time. You don't get me time if you have a wife. I need some me time. Man, no, you have to manage your marriage. Why is a person like me with no kids who's newly married telling people this, who's been married for 10, 15 years? Because you have not managed anything because you're too busy playing. I want to go out with the boys. Now, ain't no more boys. See, you're playing. See, if you got married, you got to kill all that. You got to kill it all. So the same thing with Carlee. She probably was thinking, I'm going to be married like my mom. She probably was looking at that guy like, okay, he's going to marry me. He didn't because he was too busy playing, too busy playing around, playing. I'm not saying that white people are better than blacks. I'm not saying that Asians are better than blacks. I'm not saying that Arabs are better than blacks. I'm just saying that the black man plays too much. Play gene. We have a play gene, playfulness. And most of the times when a black woman is cuckoo, out there, it's because of some Negro that is playing. And I used to dog black women like that crazy bitch. Now I get it. Somewhere in her life, some man was playing. Carlee had a job. As a woman, you would think that, hey man, if I'm with somebody who's sticking his penis inside me, he should be doing for me. Why did Carlee have a job? Why wasn't Carlee married? See, black men need to figure this out. You're a black man, you need to take care of you need to take care of the woman that you're sticking your penis in. See, if a black man started doing that, that would eliminate a lot of single moms. See, the black man, he's not going to stick his penis inside of a precious, Gabriel Sidibe, with the intentions of marrying her. But if a black man took my message, he's like, man, anyway, I ain't about to run the risk because I don't want to be with her. And most men don't want to be with a precious. But see, the problem is that a lot of black men will stick their penis inside of precious, get her pregnant. Then they do the next woman, it's 5 kids out here running around. Looking like precious, mad, ugly. And then you just have utter chaos. Utter chaos. Because the black man isn't serious. It's not serious. Playing all the time. J Dub with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much, sir. Put the weed down. Put the video game controller down. Throw away the TV. What you got TVs for? You and your girl read a book together. Hey, honey, we're gonna read a book together. We're gonna spend time drinking tea and reading books and talking and conversing. We're gonna take a walk in the park, holding hands. We're gonna enjoy nature. See, a lot of you don't want to do that. See, a lot of you want to go to the club with the girls, drink, smoke, have friends all around. And that's why most black relationships lead to decay, to be completely honest with you. Because you guys are playing 30, 40, 50 years old, still playing. While other groups of people, they are serious, building a business together. Well, why don't you do that? Carlee wasn't building a business with that boy. Because that boy was playing the entire time. Not serious about anything. Treat your relationships like you treat your jobs. Walk on eggshells if you have to. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Let me show you the playfulness of Negroes. Carlee Russell's ex-boyfriend no longer hosting search and rescue club event in hopes of finding love. Look at this stupidity. Look at this dumbness. Now, in my opinion, he is the reason for that girl's mental instability. And look at the playful nature here. A club event in hopes of finding love. Why not find love at the library? Why not find love at the chemistry department? But you want to find love playing around at the club. What type of people go to the club? What type of environment is the club generally? It's a place of debauchery, a place of alcoholism and drug use, a place of fighting. But this is where this boy, I'm not making this up. Search and rescue, making fun of what happened previously with Carlee. Because the black man, he's constantly playing. Let's keep watching. Let me read it to you real quick. Now that he's moved on from Carlee, his name is Tomar, is ready for love again. Unfortunately, his attorney seems to holding him back, or him holding him back. In terms of true crime, the wildest story to hit the news cycle this summer will be Carlee Russell. As you've never heard, the troubled woman faked her own kidnapping earlier this month. This sparked plenty of debate on social media. Even celebrities chimed in on the discourse, including Young Miami, whoever that is, and Blueface mom Carlisa Saffold. In fact, they found themselves feuding over their opinions. Ultimately, what the real thinks about Carlee means little compared to how law enforcement sees her, especially considering she was recently arrested for her crimes. After posting bond last week, she's once again a free woman. However, it was previously reported that she could face as much as $6,000 in fine. In addition, Carlee is looking up to 1 year in jail. It remains unclear if Russell's intent in executing the stunt was to receive legal repercussions that might take her out of the real world, or if mental health was a factor. What police are also trying to figure out is where the 25-year-old was missing. Where the 25-year-old was missing. Her boyfriend at the time, Tomar Simmons, spoke candidly on Carlee's behalf during the search for her. Nevertheless, he's turned his efforts toward finding new love for himself. A lot of men won't do this, but I will, as the chaotic truth and the Negro whisperer. I gotta blame Tomar. Think about how easy it is for him now. Oh man, that was just my ex, man. Oh man, I'm just gonna do me now. Again, the black man not taking responsibility for what he's created. Throwing his hands up. Oh man, I ain't do that. And how often do we see that play out with a lot of black men? Not taking responsibility. Well, chaotic, what do you mean? Well, look at how many black children are raised without their fathers. Black men not taking responsibility. Look at how many black men get reprimanded at their jobs and blame racism. There's a few people who call into my chat who say, oh man, they racist at my job. And then when you ask them further questions, turns to find out they are a lousy worker, not taking responsibility, blaming it on somebody else. This is what happened in here with Carlee's boyfriend. But not realizing that he is actually to blame in her mental breakdown. Call in, Nina. Look at him. Look at him. Playing. If you go to his Instagram, and I'm gonna bring his Instagram up, you will see a 25-year-old man playing. This isn't his wife, as she should have been from the get-go, because he was playing with her. It was confirmed this week that Simmons was expected to host. Simmons is the boyfriend, by the way. He was expected to host a search and rescue themed event in or at an Atlanta club. And I'm not making this up. This is real. A search and rescue themed event. Hey guys, I went to a Star Wars themed party. Hey guys, I went to a Lord of the Rings themed party. Hey guys, I went to a Star Trek themed party. Chaotic, what are you saying all that for? The word themed. You're playing. You're cosplaying. The black man is playful. Playful. Search and rescue theme party, basically playing off of the national event or the national event that turned out to be a hoax. The Negro is playful, man. Playful. How do I know? I've been around Negroes my entire life. Always cracking jokes. Always being silly, always talking about something fictional. Man, y'all watch Power the other day? Do you know how many times I've gone into a barbershop and they're playing this show and know all about this show? And I'm like, man, what are you talking about? Playing. Instead of saying, hey guys, I apologize. Hey, I may have been responsible for Carlee's mental instability. This joker decides to host an event based off the very same hoax that he, in my opinion, is actually responsible for. It was confirmed this week that Simmons was expected to host a search and rescue themed event at an Atlanta club, which would have allowed him to mingle with locals and perhaps find a new woman to sweep her off her feet. Once promoters began sharing the information on social media, hate aimed at Tomar began pouring in. Many were suggesting that he's wrong for capitalizing off a situation that brought stress to so many, including him. It didn't bring stress to him. Let's be honest about that. Despite the planning that's gone into things so far, it seems that the party won't be taking place, as Russell's ex-attorney have advised against. Now, Russell is his supposed ex-girlfriend. Russell's ex's attorney has advised against moving forward. Tomar Simmons would be out of pocket for moving forward with a Carlee Russell themed event. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. When I say that the black man is in a continual, perpetual cycle of The swinging on the swing. We loved it as a kid. We used to swing on the swing and we would jump off, and I don't know how we didn't kill ourselves, but we would jump off and it was fun. But see, the swinging on the swing for the 25-year-old black man is gallivanting throughout the city in a Charger or some other hood car and sleeping with as many women as possible and doing stuff like what this guy is doing instead of being responsible and creating a home. And I mean a home as in a foundation with a woman, being a leader. He is in a perpetual state of playing, swinging on the swing. He's in the sandbox now. And that's essentially how a lot of black men, I've seen black men in their 50s act like this. Childish. Hey, man, remember, I've heard black men see other black men and say, hey, man, remember back in high school? The nigga's 57 years old. I ain't lying to you, man. What I got to lie for? He's in a perpetual state of childhood. And I'll tell you something else, man. Nas, the rapper, Illmatic Nas, he had a great song called Second Childhood. And it talks about the perpetual childlike state of the black community, behaving like children. I'm not making this up. This is Carlee Russell's. Give me a second here. This is supposedly her ex-boyfriend. Now, he never had a photo of the girl on her page, on his page. Never. Up until the date of the event, he put this up. But I want you to look at something. I want you to look at this 25-year-old man. He's dressed like a kid. He has his car, showing that off. But think about the car. The car is the video game. The car is the swing. It is the basketball hoop in the backyard. It is, hey, man, look at me, man. Come over and play with me. He's still playing. Look at me, man. I'm cool, man. He's playing. And I partially have to blame his behavior for that girl's mental instability. Look at him. Am I making this up? Am I making this up? Is he not behaving like a child here? Look at me, man. He's still in a junior high school mode, posing like a kid, behaving like one, lying to us, talking about that was his ex-girlfriend, knowing that he was sleeping with 20 other females. How do you know that, Chaotic? Hey, man, because the black man prides himself on sleeping around. He does it in rap. You hear on the panels. Am I lying? I'm not lying. All black men aren't like this, but a lot are. Playing. Nina says, yeah, CT. Yeah, looks like a kid. I see what you mean, CT. Nina says, interesting description, CT. He doesn't look like someone I would have taken seriously. Exactly. But see, the problem, Nina, is that a lot of women will take this guy seriously. And that's the tragedy within the community. This boy or this man, I gotta say it, he's in his second childhood. The black man is the only man that I hear saying that other men are lame and corny. Hey, man, he lame, man. Negro, 30 years old. Other groups of people, I never hear them talk like that because they've gone past that stage. You hear a 32-year-old, man, he was lame in high school, man. That's how they sound because they're childish. And childish people can't develop relationships. That's why a lot of these men don't have relationships with their kids, with their girlfriends, and turning them into a wife because they are still playing. We have to kill the kid. Oh, let me be careful with that because that didn't sound right. We have to destroy the childlike gene in all of us. And I have to say this, whites, Arabs, Asians do a much better job at it, at least from what I've observed in life. I'm not saying that these people are perfect, but they don't generally come off as playful and childlike to me like black men do. Black men come off as silly to me. Silly. Childlike. Man, you know who the fuck I am, man. Like, who are you, nigga? You don't own anything. You don't control industry. Who are you? You haven't seen your son in 2 months. You got 3 different baby moms. What the fuck? What are you talking about, nigga? And then society has to clean up the mess that you've created, just like with this Carlee situation. Society has to clean up what black men have created. Black men created Carlee. Because Carlee doesn't have strong black men around her. Because the black men around her are playing. If Carlee was married, if she had kids, she wouldn't probably have done that. If she had a strong man in her life, she wouldn't have done that. But she did it because the black man is childish. Black man is childish. Barnabas says, I never thought I'd see the day CT start simping for them hoes. See, and I'm not going to let your white ass come up here and say anything, Barnabas. See, I know the problem in the black community. I'm black. You ain't black, Barnabas. Honesty, the pimp. See, even his name. He said, I'm out. He's a bozo and pushing the clown's narrative. Look at this guy. Honesty the pimp. His name tells you everything you need to know. He's childish. He's out of here because he is the very same person that I'm talking about. No proper grammar, no punctuations. I'm a bozo because I'm talking about black men should be responsible. And he's saying that I'm a bozo and a clown, trying to use childlike negative terminology, childlike terms, and all the while he's named Honesty the Pimp. Don't you see? I'm the Negro Whisperer for a reason. I have been like this all my life because I am the zookeeper. I understand. I get why the white woman knows how the giraffe operates. I get why the white boy knows how the lion works. I understand how Negroes work. And I do. And a lot of you guys can't handle that. You can't handle it. Get out of here. You can't handle it because you are the very same person that I'm talking about. See, I'm the whistleblower for Negroes. If this was a congressional hearing, if this was a Senate committee hearing, I would be there in front of that microphone just whistleblowing on the black community because I'm trying to fix the black community. You don't want to accept the fact that Carlee is a creation of the black man. If the black man stopped simping, if the black man started to shame, Carlee would never have done that. If the black man wasn't playing around, if the black man, instead of having sex with that girl and married the broad and had kids with her and provided for her, she wouldn't have done that. Women are like children. And if you're going to be with one of these broads, you have to manage the relationship. You have to be master and commander. Don't get mad at me. Don't get upset with me, Honesty the Pimp. Don't think if I ever see him, I'm gonna knock him out. Don't do that. Embrace what I say. Listen to what I say. Put the weed down. I know you're a little paranoid now because you hit the blunt, but when you sober up and listen to the rerun of this, you will understand it. Again, I'm not trying to talk about niggas. I'm not trying to throw black men under the bus. I am telling you what I see in nature. And if I see it, everybody else on the planet sees it. The black man is playful. He goes to South America. He goes to Southeast Asia and he plays. All he does is concern himself with sex. Tell me I'm lying. Passport bros, all they talk about is going over to these countries and having sex, playing. You know I'm telling the truth, Honesty the Pimp. You know I'm telling the truth. And I wish you would call in, Honesty the Pimp. But the fact that you called me a bozo, the fact that you called me a clown, it just further proves my point that the black man is childlike. Your avatar is a black man with his middle fingers up, smoking a blunt. But I'm a bozo, right? I'm the bozo. Your black man, your avatar isn't a photo of a black man who's refined with a suit on, who's upright. It's a black man, two middle fingers up, with the white man's chain on and smoking a blunt. But I'm the bozo, right? The Negro is afraid of the truth. And that's what it is. The Negro's afraid. I get it. You're afraid. I get it. Stand by for a commercial, guys. I'll be back.
Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have TJ Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. TJ Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of TJ Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because TJ Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
I'm back. Let me show you something real quick. Carlee Russell's tweets about not feeling wanted, cheating, and her job before she vanished and claimed she'd be abducted, as her boyfriend deletes his appeals for information in all photos of them together. Carlee, who's 25, is facing tough questions from police before her abduction story. Her boyfriend, Tomar Simmons, has wiped her from all of his social media pages. Carlee Russell complained about not feeling wanted, cheating, and how she was fed up with her job just days before she vanished and then reappeared. Guys, this is what I'm talking about. See, the black man has to eliminate this constant state of failure. You see, Carlee said she felt not wanted. Well, think about it. This girl is 25. She's in some sort of quasi relationship with this boy, Tomar, whom she knows has been cheating on her. He's stringing her along. She's at this job that she hates. And this is why we wonder, why do women go crazy? Her father has failed her. Her man has failed her. Women aren't supposed to work, if you ask me. Women are supposed to be taken care of. So this boy, he's probably showing off his cars, showing off his clothes. And she's looking at that like, I thought I was in a relationship with this guy. I thought he was going to take care of me. He's cheating on me. I'm working at this crappy job. And that's where her mental state started to probably collapse. And a lot of people won't look at it that way, but I do now. I get it. I get it because women aren't supposed to work, if you ask me. Chaotic, what do you mean by that? Well, weren't women being taken care of in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s? Wasn't that the era of stay-at-home moms? Now, here goes Capone W. Another man who thinks that I'm simping. I'm not simping. I'm just telling you what is wrong in the community and why we have women like this in the community. I'm the simp, right? How come you're not questioning why Tamar didn't marry the girl? Why are you not questioning why Tamar wasn't taking care of her? You saw what Tamar had. He got the new charger. He got some, he's wearing a $600 outfit, stringing this girl along. But I'm the simp. I don't make sense, right? But what about other cultures of men that take care of their women? The Jays do. I see that. They certainly do. And a lot of them are married for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And their communities are better. The 25-year-old is now facing tough questions from the Hoover Police Department after returning to her parents. She is staying quiet and refusing to sit down with police after triggering a widespread manhunt. Now, this is Carlee, for all of you who know. You know who this is. Carlee's complaints about her job will likely come as a shock to the spa owner, who said that she was pleasant and seemed to get along with everyone she worked with. Now, this is a photo of Carlee and Tamar, the boyfriend, supposedly. Now, what she didn't understand, but I certainly do. Excuse me for a minute, guys. What she didn't understand, which I certainly understand, is that this guy, he just wants to sleep with her. He's just stringing her along. But she doesn't know that. And I think that's what probably drove her crazy. This is one of her tweets right before she created the hoax. In one tweet, she says, "Niggas will risk everything for a hoe, a stripper, etc. Pitiful." You see, a lot of you guys didn't know that her boyfriend was sleeping around with a stripper. Now here goes Carlee, who's from a good family, well-to-do family. She's probably asking herself, wait a minute, I'm college educated. I'm a part of a sorority. I'm not hoeing around in the streets. Why does this guy who claims to be my boyfriend, why is he sleeping with a hoe, a stripper, a prostitute? See, that in itself can damage a woman's psyche. Again, going back to what I said an hour ago, women are like children in the brain. So it scrambles their brains. Wait a minute, why is he sleeping with this stripper hoe? A stripper? A woman of the night? A woman who sells her pussy for money? That boggled her mind. It probably put her in a depressed state. It probably put her in a psychotic state. Because he was too busy playing. His playing around led to this. He's playing around with a stripper. Here goes another tweet from her. "I always say one thing I won't do is stay with someone who cheated on me, like we went and had sex with someone else and think it'll be sweet one day. Hell no." Another tweet says, "Everyone wants to feel wanted." Yes, because women are emotional. See, guys, you have to look at it from the perspective of a female. See, men don't really have a clock. Women do. Men don't really have a biological clock. The craziest women I've ever encountered are old single women, because their biological clock is over. Their biology is telling them, hey, you need to settle down because you're going to get old and unattractive, and you're going to need a kid or two to take care of you one day. That's what their biology is telling them. Now, do a lot of women get old and unattractive? No, but that's what their biology is telling them. When those biological urges or outcomes are not met, women go crazy. I met an old Black woman. She was 60. Lady was insane because she never got married. She did have kids, but she never got married. She wasn't living the life that a normal 60-year-old was living. The lady was insane. She was crazy. She was definitely emotionally abusive, physically abusive. I wasn't dating her or anything, but I saw her in action. She was insane. Because women are built different. You think you have a bond with someone until they show you you never did. See, Carlee didn't understand this. She didn't understand that she was just some 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. ass. She didn't understand that she wasn't his girlfriend. This is what she wrote right before she did her little hoax. Carlee never had a bond with that boy. And this is the problem with a lot of black men. See, while you're sleeping with these chicks, you're sticking your penis inside of their vagina. You don't understand that you may not look at it like a bond, but she is, especially if you're raw dogging. You've created an emotional attachment. You don't know that because you're playing around. I'm just playing around, sleeping around. And all the while, the very same woman that you're sleeping with, in her mind, has created a relationship in her head. Let's keep looking at some more of her tweets. She said, my job is really starting to get on my dang nerves because she's at work and she is emotionally unstable at work. She's probably thinking, how come my dad didn't provide for me to the point where I don't have to work? I don't have a man who marries me and I could just, stay home with children and manage children like God has ordained me to do. She's at some crappy job, some job that is probably demanding, some job that, she probably doesn't want to be at. Her boyfriend has been cheating on her with a stripper. She believes she's the girlfriend, but she's really not. And a wandering mind can lead to desperate acts like that hoax, to be completely honest with you. To be completely honest with you. Now here goes the boyfriend. He said, everybody, please share this post. My girlfriend has been kidnapped tonight in Hoover, Alabama on the interstate, and her phone, an Apple Watch, and a purse were all inside her vehicle. If anyone sees her, please let me know. Please send your prayers. He didn't really care about her from the get-go. Doing it for publicity. This is the home that Carlee lives in, by the way. Let me show you the flyer, by the way, of the boyfriend. This is funny. The flyer. It says search and rescue. You see it? I'm not playing. This is what the flyer actually says. Instead of being a man, instead of saying, I'm going to learn from this lesson. I'm not going to play with women's emotions. I'm not going to drag women along in my playfulness. He continues the game by scheduling himself to host a Carlee Russell themed event called Search and Rescue. I'm not lying. Because the Negro plays. The Negro is playful. Let me show you what Tanya TKO had to say about it.
So the update I never wanted to truly have to report on. So we've all been talking about the Carlee Russell case. This is her Instagram, Carlee. Over the last few days, she shocked the nation, and Black women all over the country felt empowered. We felt finally pleased that America was caring about Black women. Every new national news outlet was reporting about Carlee Russell. This is the first time this has ever happened. The hunt was on to find this Black girl. But then when she showed up at our house, it got a little greasy. Why did it get a little greasy? Because she just showed up. So then that's when the world got divided. Wait, what's going on? Something is not right here. Okay, we don't want to speak. We want our privacy. Something is going on. What is going on? Well, when you start talking about something, people start DMing you the truth. It looks like 50 people from Hoover have already got fired for leaking what's really going on with this case. And it's trickled into my DM. So you mean to tell me all this was because she was trying to get back at her ex-man? Yeah, that boyfriend that spoke out about her being kidnapped and held and tortured. Yeah, that was her ex-man. And he actually cheated on her with a stripper. And Carlee had it out with the stripper. And to get back at him, yeah, she disappeared herself. And then got afraid when it blew up. This is what Carlee said to the side chick.
Pay attention, guys.
Please. He told me everything you said about me, and you thought I told him to say that. I wasn't even with him. You're delusional AF if you think y'all little conversation was anything more than convenience and the fact that he used you to get back at me out of anger. You want to talk about I don't compare to you on your worst day? Girl, bye. You're miserable, or at least should be, being a stripper to provide for a child I've heard you've had from multiple people. So not surprised you don't know who your baby daddy is. Mention me or contact my NIGGA again, and you'll see I'm not the one to play with. You don't want you and your whole family touched. You're poor. I'm rich. You're a stripper. I'm a nurse. You're ugly. I'm beautiful. You could never. You're the bottom of the barrel. Someone from the police department just could not watch us all suffer. So they released these details. Here's the update. She's sticking to the story that she was abducted. She says she was lured into the woods by some people who live in the woods, described as a person with orange hair, balding on top, tied her up and drove her around and put her in an 18-wheeler and fed her cheeses for 2 days, and they painted her nails. They kept her on 150 somewhere, and somehow she managed to get away and run through the woods to her neighborhood until she got into her house and then goes into the hospital. Hoover got some Ring doorbell footage from her neighborhood, and it just shows her walking casually until she gets close to her house, and then she starts sprinting and flailing arms and acting a fool. She got caught stealing from work that day, failed out of nursing school, and has been on drugs. She had her friend behind her, and that's who picked her up. She was with her friend all weekend. The police knew she was safe because she unblocked her ex while she was quote unquote abducted. She planned to disappear and realized it wasn't going to work. What up, Nurse Gang? What up, TikTok? So the update, Nurse Gang, what up? What?
Lord, I had to put on some pearls just to clutch them. And I had to put on a second string because this was too much.
Be a part of the live show with thousands of other viewers.
So, guys, in a nutshell, if any women want to call in a nutshell, if you're a man and you're listening to me, understand this. Be responsible. Stop playing games with females. Stop playing games in general. Be the responsible adult that you are divinely created to be. You're a man. And not just with women, but with your job, your children, just in life in general. Eliminate this play gene, this silly gene, this kicking it gene. Eliminate it early in life. Jays, those people, they eliminated at 12 through what is called a bar mitzvah. It's coming of age. I'm a man now. I have to do manly things. It's not about me anymore. It's about first God, family, community, and the overall population, the global population. But what I've noticed, and particularly about the Black man, that order, like the Jays have, is not necessarily the order that a lot of Black men follow. That order generally first is sex. I'm gonna give me some pussy. Number 2 is generally weed smoking or alcohol drinking. On top of kicking it. 3 is probably video games or some sort of electronic medium. And then it's everybody else. We have to eliminate that. Get rid of your big screen TVs. Get rid of the video games. Get rid of the weed. Get rid of the drama. Get rid of this playfulness. Stop dating any and everybody. Obviously, if you look like Precious in the face, and I'm talking about to the women, and some guy is kicking it with you, you should already know he ain't serious. He just wants some ass, some 2 a.m. ass. And you as the guy, if you're going to stick your penis inside of someone, make sure you don't have other women on the side. Make sure that the woman is a beautiful woman. A woman that you can say, you know what? I actually like her. She's attractive. She's thin. I could see myself not only making love to her, but marrying her and creating family and stability and order. If you Blacks did that, our culture would be the standard, the global standard. I know what I'm saying hurts deep down. I can understand that. I can understand it hurts deep down to hear these things. But what I'm saying is the truth. And a lot of people are going to say, well, white people, but it's not about white people. It's not about them. I'm not white. I don't care. It's about what I see in nature amongst Blacks. You're a man. And a man is supposed to provide. But see, the problem is, and I already know, see, a lot of men don't have quality females. So subconsciously, they say, I ain't doing all that. It's because you don't have a high value female in your life. You don't. That's why you say, she got to go half with me. I ain't spending all that. It's because you've already set the bar low. You've already set the bar low. You've impregnated a Precious. So you look at her. See, 2 a.m. is over. You know, you're drunk coming from the club. Hey, Precious, can I come over and get some pussy? So, you know, you go over there. She looks like Naomi Campbell at 2 a.m. because you're drunk. Then you wake up the next day, you're in bed with one of the characters off of Dinosaurs, that sitcom from the 90s. You get her pregnant, then you're pissed off. You don't want to be around the kid. You don't want to be around her. Then society has to take care of her and the kid now. The cycle continues. All because you haven't set the standard. Because you were too busy playing. Whereas a person like me, even when I was younger, I'm not sticking my penis inside no ugly chick, no fat, ugly chick, because I'm not playing. That's what I'm saying. I am not playing. And I know a lot of people will say, oh, chaotic always trolling. I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. I'm being dead ass serious. You think a good looking white boy is at some fat white girl's house at 2 a.m? Stop it. Stop it. How do you know that, CT? All you gotta do is look at their culture. I'm around whites all damn day. A lot of them are with beautiful, thin white women with their kids, walking their strollers. Hey, honey, you want to go get a bagel from the store, get some cream cheese? All day long. Nina, aren't you around white people all day? You please let them know. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I'm just telling you what I see in nature. But the black man gets drunk, gets wasted, goes to the club playing, gets drunk, wasted, then he plays some more. Hey, man, hey, Precious, let me get some of that BBW pussy. Goes, he smashes a big, fat, disgusting black female. Gets her pregnant. Listen, I worked in probation. I saw a lot of black men who were in child support court, and the baby moms looked like Precious. Then she's mad because you ain't with her and the kid, but you thinking I ain't about to be with that ugly chick. Well, you should have never slept with her. But see, you were too busy playing, not taking things seriously. It's the truth. These are harsh truths. That's why I'm the chaotic truth. People are scared of me. They're scared to hear the truth. They call me a bozo. Call me a clown. But you don't know, man, that you are actually in the circus and I'm just in the audience. Because I don't have these problems. I don't have crazy women around me. I don't have kids. I don't have these problems because I've mastered the art of being the Negro whisperer. I've mastered the art of observing culture and matriculating in the black culture. Before I got married, you would have never seen me talking to some overweight, nappy-headed, ugly black female. You would have never saw me do that. I would have never gotten drunk to the point where I would even want to sleep with one. Because I am not at playing. I don't want to breed with someone like that. I don't want to string along somebody whom I know I don't want to be with. But a lot of black men do that. Hence the reason why you go to child support court, it's mostly niggas. Because they playing. They don't realize that hour of you banging this woman, you have literally destroyed 18 years of your life. Playing. Your play to reality ratio is off. Not me. And that's why I've remained perfect, super perfect. At least in that aspect of life. Go ahead, Nina.
Hey, CT.
How you doing? Go ahead.
It took me a long time to understand where you were going with today, because I just didn't get it. So when you said, "Oh, this is what Carlee did is black males fought," I'm like, "What? What do you mean?" Because that chick needs charges and punitive restitution and everything. But since you gave a very wide macro view, kind of like an eagle eye, I get it.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying now.
Thank you.
But I think that's more than just black men. I think that's just men, period. You know, when you said, as soon as you said you need to manage your marriage, that's when it clicked in my head.
Yeah.
So what I find very funny about once it finally clicked in my head, because, I stay living in your chats, to see how men were starting to get very pissed off. And I think a few of them laughed and like, "Oh, this is simping." And I'm like, how is this simping that someone is telling you that you need to manage your relationships? Yeah. And then I saw some other stuff talking about feminism and et cetera, kind of like the really old and tired red pill points. And it's like, okay, a man just told you that you need to be a man and manage your household. And you're like, that's simping. I'm like, what? You're supposed to manage your household. I mean, this household is managed even from a distance. So where's the lie?
Nina, the guy who you're talking about, all you had to do was look at his avatar and look at his name.
I know, I did see that.
That's all you have to do. He had an avatar of a Negro smoking a blunt, wearing a monkey chain, and throwing up 2 middle fingers. A constant state of playing.
But then now I have a question for the ladies.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know who's incentivizing who. Before, I used to think that thought culture was incentivized because of supply and demand. Like, if men are going to pay for it, then she's going to keep giving it, right? Mm-hmm. But now it seems like in the dating market, the incentivization is in reverse. Like, women won't be thoughts unless that's the only type of females that get the majority of attention. So thinking about what you said about Carlee and you playing the Tanya TKO thing, she thought that she was the good girl. She thought that she was going to college. She thought that she came from the good home. And then her dude was still smashing hoes. Yep. So it's like, well, which one do you want? And I've heard this from other women too, that when they be like, if a woman doesn't want to put out because she's trying to be, like more traditional and save herself, it's like, well, Becky, she'll give me the ass, Yep. And then it's like, okay, so then go and be with the Becky. And then they're like, well, then let me be more like Becky. And then they're complaining, oh, you got that weave on because you're trying to be a white girl. Yeah, but that's all the girls that you keep going for. So I'm trying to compete with them. And someone else said it good in the chat and said, women should not be competing with other women for men. But these are not even men. To be honest, these are boys. These are like little kids. So I'm trying to understand from the women, why would you want to even give your ass to a man that looks like he should be waiting for you after school?
Yep.
I don't understand that part.
Well, Nina, like I said before, most women operate like children anyway. And that's why it is up to the man or up to men to even shame those types of men. Nina, do you know what entropy is?
No.
Entropy is the constant state of decay. Our universe, our planet, our buildings are in constant state of decay. Nina, you stay in New York.
Yep.
How many years, every year, does an inspector need to come out and inspect the building?
Oh my God, every year here.
Every year.
Yeah.
Every year. And it's done to manage the building, to make sure that, hey, this I-beam or this isn't rusting or this, we need to make sure because we have occupants here. We have living, breathing human beings here that need to be safe. And what I keep on saying is that everything is managed. There are checks and balances. There's when you go to a job, they have what do they call it? Risk managers. They have people who come around and make sure quality control.
Yes, okay? Yes.
why is it that we don't have quality control in our relationships? And what I keep saying is this. Before I got married, I used to date and sleep around with a lot of females as well. Playing. But I knew, hey, this girl right here, I dated a girl whose mom was a dope fiend or a former dope fiend. I said, this girl is not the girl that I want to continue a relationship with because of her mom. Her mom, unattractive. Her mom used to be a dope fiend. Her mom is a problem. And because her mom is a problem, she has a high risk of being a problem.
Right.
And children might get involved. Do you really want these children to be the grandchildren of this woman? I stopped that relationship because I said, you know what? Ain't no point in me stringing this girl along anymore because I don't want to be with her. I don't want to be affiliated with this family because I have been super perfect at risk management when it comes to relationships. I'm not stringing her along because I understand the future, or at least I think I do. I don't want my kids, if I have any, to be products of this genetic family, this family whose gene pool might be affected because her mom was a damn dope fiend back in the day. No, absolutely not. The pussy was great, not gonna lie to you. But that's what a lot of people don't understand. They don't understand risk management and quality control.
So I think it seemed.
You get what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. And you just made me think of like a personal experience because I remember being in a relationship with someone who had two kids by two different baby mamas, and he hated both of his baby mamas. And so the youngest one, and this is a person that I told you about, the British dude.
Keep it real.
And he's a Black British dude. And both of his baby mamas, are not from the community, let's just say it like that. And I was like, oh, okay. So since I was closer to the youngest one, the daughter, I was like, how long were you two together? He was like, we were never together. Now, this is the thing that I didn't put two and two together back in the day because when I first met his baby girl, he brought his baby to my house because I was having a family get together. And I was like, that's kind of weird that he brought his baby with him to my house, but not the baby mother, because in my world, I would assume you just had a newborn baby. You and the mom are obviously together. So I was like, where's the missus? And he was like, no, she couldn't make it. But come to find out that all he did was get her pregnant. And so he had the baby for the weekend. So he was, like pretending like to be super dad. And he brought this kid over to my house with all of my friends and my family. Just to show off, like, oh, I'm such a good dad. I'm such a good dad. Long story, let's fast forward. He's a piece of shit. And both of his baby mothers hate him because guess what? They always hated each other, but it was smashing out of convenience. So he was never trying to, like, have a family, get married. Now, mind you, he's like a multi-home owner. So he's not like one of these Cookie and Ray Ray dudes. Yeah. He's worth a whole lot of money, but he's got just a shitty kind of like mindset as the people that you're describing. So it's not even about, oh, these are just, ninjas from the hood. No, because I would never date a ninja from the hood.
It affects a lot of different types of guys.
Yeah.
The second childhood mentality. And I really wish, Nina, that most men would understand that it is 100% your fault. Because just like with everything in life, it is 100% men's fault when bridges collapse, when buildings collapse. Hey, why did that building collapse? Well, I mean, because the inspector missed something, blah, blah, blah. We always blame men, and men always take the responsibility for everything in society, but for some reason, it's not for women. And I'm telling you, most of the problems with women stem from men. And I see it now. I don't know why I came to my revelation, but I see it now, Nina.
Yeah.
Because even with this girl said she was frustrated with her job. And I've been saying this on Lapeef's panel and other panels before. Men are supposed to take care of women because women are not supposed to be working. I keep on saying that. Women are supposed to be provided for because the expectation is, now Nina, you don't have to agree with me on this one, but the overall expectation or the future expectation is you will take care of the household and children while I get the bread and water, meaning the money. And I feel like women, they don't need those stressors. She's already stressed out because she thinks she's in this relationship. She's already stressed out because the relationship she thinks she's in, she's being cheated on, even though they're not really in a relationship, but she thinks she's in. And now she's at this crappy job doing this crappy work. And now she's thinking about it all day, frustrated and mad. And let's be honest, Nina, you've cried at work. I'm pretty sure most women have cried at work.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, in the bathroom. Mm-hmm.
Nina, if I were to, when I was teaching or when I was working, if I cried at work, some man would have came by and said, get your blank together, get your ass back in there. Because nobody has sympathy for men, and we know that. So as women, if a woman is frustrated at work, it is a complete breakdown. So what I'm saying is that her father failed her. He failed her. She should not have been working. That boy should have married her a long time ago instead of stringing her along. And hold on, let me read this. Ali with the $20 super chat says, Israel is first in the world in auto theft, first in burglary. First of all, New Zealand is first in burglary, sir. Third in assaults, 10th in robbery, I doubt it. 8th in rape, 8th in murder, and whites in the U.S. lead in all crimes but murder and robbery. Chaotic needs white validation. Well, Ali, you need Muslim validation because your name is Ali. How about that? How about that? How about that? I don't have a Muslim name. I have a straight up Yoruba name. Call in Ali, or you could drop another super chat and I'll read it. Let's see here. Let me see. Tatum says, "Fact, CT. I had my daughter with a person my daughter could be proud of." Exactly, Nina. Let me tell you something, Nina. Do you know how much coochie most black men probably get, especially black men who go to college? I would probably say 50 to 100 females.
I'll take your word for it.
Do you know that 90% of the women are probably mud ducks? And what I keep saying is this. Don't risk having sex and getting one of these women pregnant. Because at the end of the day, you're going to look at her. You're not going to want to be with her. You're not going to want to be with the kid. You're going to be miserable and you're not going to take care and you're going to continue to play. And that's my message. My message isn't for these old Negroes in this chat. My message is for young people who are listening, because there are young people who listen. Learn from the past mistakes of me. Learn from these mistakes, because the fact is that you want to be a master at quality control to the point where, hey, I'm sleeping with this girl. She's beautiful. She comes from a beautiful family. I'm willing to take care of her. I'm willing to be with just her. See, Carlee didn't understand that. Hey, man, that kid, he's playing. He's with strippers, thinner women, more pretty females, maybe even younger. She doesn't understand that. And thus, I think that's what led to her eventual mental instability. Go ahead.
So your statement when you said I'm probably not going to agree with you, you would actually be surprised that I kind of do agree with you. And I can use my own life as one of those little teachable moments. So, I grind hard because, team no 9 to 5.
You kind of broke up. What did you just say?
I said, that I grind hard because I don't have a normal 9 to 5 and I'm here by myself. But there's been plenty of times when I've been very, very stressed when he's here and he's like, did you ever think about just getting out of that contract and doing something else? And he would be like, I understand, you want to do your own thing. You want to always maintain yourself, but I got you if you want to make a change. So he's always taking that position. Yeah. Another thing that happens is when he travels, of course, like what I hear from even my brothers, and they complain about modern women, how they like to do the girl trips and stuff like that. Yeah. So, my guy travels a lot. As a matter of fact, he's on a plane tomorrow morning. So what most guys are going to expect is that their girl is probably, especially because I live in a nice part of Brooklyn where there's restaurants and, endless mimosas and all kinds of things to get into, that I would just be out there running around, doing a whole bunch of everything. But this is what I'm talking about when you said you have to manage your marriage. He already knows that if he tells me, hey, I really would rather that you don't go, to X, Y, and Z because I know that event is coming up when I'm not there. Because if something happens to you, I'm too far away to do anything about it.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, you know what? You're right. I'm not going to go. Or he'll be like, I'll feel more comfortable if I know that your friend X, Y, or Z is coming over, and I'll check on you when I'm on the plane or whatever. Yeah. So that's a guy who still manages the relationship.
Yeah.
So if he tells me, no, I don't want you to go, I would rather you stay home because you sound a little cuckoo, I'll be like, okay, I'm staying home.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas where I'm seeing from these women, you can't tell me what to do. I'm a grown woman. I can do whatever I want.
And
but
while you were telling me about your boyfriend, I was going to tell you about a situation that happened a long time ago with someone that I knew. I'm going to wait till you continue. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And so I hear, like, because my sister was very unruly like that. She would be the one to be like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. Now, mind you, she goes out to a club with her little girlfriends. And my sister, she was the wild child. I was actually the more calm one, even though I look like I should be the wild child. My sister was the wild one. She was always getting into some situation. And the guys were like grabbing her butt and her boobs and all of that kind of stuff because she was always popping bottles in the VIP, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now she's coming home. She's ready to have somebody fight for her and do all this crazy stuff because you already know our ethnic mix-up. So you already know it's an atomic bomb walking around New York City. So I'm like, well, you shouldn't have been there anyway. And then at the time, her boyfriend, his name is Maurice. I was like, well, did Maurice know that you were going out? No. Why didn't you tell him where you were going? I didn't feel he needed to know. I'm like, that's why you look stupid right now. So just to give you like a contrast, because it's even in my own family. And now going forward, let's say that like for your example, CT, you were talking about, I'm not going to just be sticking my dick in everything because God forbid if I have children with a woman that I hate. Now, let's say you do, like, you plan for the right person, you guys get married, you have children, you end up getting a divorce. The fact that you still at least picked a quality relationship that did not persist for eternity, it still means that the quality of that person still persists.
And the likelihood of you being involved with the co-parenting after the divorce.
Yes, and that is my situation right now because my guy is divorced with 2 kids that are in college, and we are a blended family, and it's a beautiful thing. The kids are doing well. I'm doing well. The other partner checks on me. Like when I was in the hospital, I was like, hey, are you okay? When she had to have a surgery, I was like, hey, are you going to be in like rehabilitation? Because she had to get a hip surgery. I was like, I'm coming to the house. I want to take care of you, blah, 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 blah. But had he not made the right choices and managed that household as well as he manages this one, that would not even be possible.
I know a guy about 12 years ago. I was hanging out with him and his, at the time, girlfriend. They got into an argument in the parking lot of a church, and she snapped at him. Now, she comes from a broken family. She wasn't necessarily a supermodel. She didn't have a lot of hair. I'm looking at my friend. I said, when I was able to talk to him, I said, yo, you need to get rid of her. And I'm like, bro, I've grown up in a 2-parent household. My parents have argued. They would never argue in public. And my mom certainly would never get loud with my dad in front of another man. He ended up marrying this girl. Nina, you know what happened?
What happened?
They got divorced in 6 months.
Wow.
To this day, he speaks about her. He says, pretty much, if anything goes wrong, man, I should have never did that, man. I have to restart my life and this. And I'm like, bro, you should have never married her. I told you. I said that girl was I think marriageable might be a word. Unmarriageable. I think that's a word.
It is today.
Yeah, she was unmarriageable. She comes from a broken family. She had a lot of things that happened to her as a child, supposedly. I'm gonna believe her. the girl is not stable. She's not stable from childhood because her father failed her.
Yeah.
In childhood, her father failed her. She's just not stable, unfortunately. And then she's snapping at you in front of me. And it's like, it's too much. And they divorced within 6 months.
That's a shame.
And he blames everything on her. And I don't have the heart to ever tell him, hey, bro, everything that happens, if it involves a woman, is your fault. You should never have had that woman in your circle, in your aura. Because if I saw it, but that's just me, though. And that's what a lot of these men realize. Let me see real quick. CKJ3 with the $5 super chat says, a woman is your responsibility when she is your wife. Until then, it is the father's responsibility for her actions. It's the reason why I say that even Carlee's father failed her to a degree. But that boy was stringing her along. But go ahead. You want to broach this one, Nina?
A woman is only your responsibility when she's your wife. Until that, no, I disagree, because I grew up with 2 brothers, and so I was my brother's responsibility too. But it doesn't mean, like, don't get this twisted. Like, we're not walking around like a bunch of bubble airheads and we can't think for ourselves. A lot of us went to university. I've had some very high-powered jobs. So it's not like I'm dumb. But when it comes to the grand scheme of things, I'll put it to you this way. If I'm managing, let's say that I'm managing the team, you're managing the building. If we're home together and I'm managing what goes on within the house, you're the one that's always and only going to be the one that opens the door.
Yeah.
So that's the way we see it. I take care of the stuff on the inside. You keep me safe on the outside. If you make certain decisions because you're worried about my safety on the outside, then I'm going to respect that. And that's just the way it is. And that's not me having to fight for my autonomy as a modern woman or feminist or anything like that. Because, I'm finding it really interesting. Like some of my more liberal girlfriends, that they're like quintessential cat ladies now, that don't even know what their sexual orientation is anymore. I'll just say it like that. Because they're throwing spaghetti at the wall just to have a relationship that works. So they're having like all kinds of weird ass relationships just to see which one sticks. Because nothing sticks. Because you were running all over the place. That's why. And now you're old. Or older, I should say. And that's not a knock. Because a lot of us, we were dealt bullshit. We were dealt the lie that, don't worry, go and get your master's, go and get your PhD, go get your 6-figure salary. Which, at this point, when 2023, if you're still barely just making a 6-figure salary, good luck to you now that we have AI. But the thing is, oh, don't worry, now I'm going to freeze my eggs once I turn 35 and then become a single mother when I'm 45 on purpose. Like, isn't that some woman, she's like an attorney, and she was talking about she won't date a bus driver? Well, you know what? Nobody's dating you. Yeah. So, you're like, you're undateable. So who knows what else is wrong with that chick that nobody even wants to wife her up at this point. Now, that's not me like sounding like one of these women where you have to bend over backwards to get a guy to choose you. But there obviously is something that's disconnected that you can't. Someone said it in the chat, pair bond. Like you don't know when to kind of fall back so the natural order can take its course. Because you never know. The way that you handle yourself in your career and how aggressive that you are, being a boss lady and all that kind of stuff, you might not have to have that coat and that cape on all the time if you just kind of like slow it down once you get home. And you see what your partner brings to, I hate to say bring it to the table, but brings to the table or brings through the front door. You can finally relax. Do you know how beautiful it is when he gets back? And I'm going to be like, I'm just going to go and take a bubble bath. And he'll be like, you should do that. He puts on music, orders the wine, I'm chill, I'm more relaxed, I get the best sleep. That's what it's supposed to be like. So then when I get back on my grind, I'm full power. You see what I mean? Full power. So that's how I feel that it should be. I don't think that we should be arm wrestling with our partners, especially in a hetero situation. And Carlee, she's still a dumb bitch, and she still needs to get herself in trouble. But it should be a teachable lesson for other women that just because you checked all the boxes on paper, it doesn't mean that you have emotional maturity to handle a relationship. And I feel sorry for the kind of guys that she's picking, because that guy, he looks like a kid to me. And I don't understand why.
Nina,
you know what?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just about to say that I had kind of sort of just checked on my ex to see what was going on, really because of the kid. And he's still buying toys. That man is 60 years old and he's still buying toys to flash off to young bitches. Like, so he's still a kid himself.
Nina, I'm so glad that you listened to my, a lot of times the reason why it takes me so long to get to the point is because I want to give you the meat of it all. It may take me an hour and a half, but it's like, wow, I get what CT's saying.
Yeah. Considering that I'm one of your spectators and I don't really understand a lot of stuff that comes from the community innately, it's like, oh, okay, that's weird.
Nina, I'm 38 years old. I have grown up around Black men, grown up around a lot of different people. And again, I'm not trying to big up white, but I've seen the difference, even with college-educated Black men. Look at my clothes, nigga. Look at my gators. I've seen Black men boast and brag about childish things. Do you remember that story I told you about the time that I was on a train? And, I don't drink and drive, so I like taking the train to the downtown area where I live at. And this was like years ago. Did I ever tell you this story?
No.
This Negro, he's about 40. He gets on the train with his bike. He's a street Negro. The Negro saw me. I'm wearing slacks. I'm wearing, nice dress shoes. I want to lie and say Ferragamos, but they weren't. They were Stacey Adams. The nigga looked at me and said, "Hey, man, you should get you some of these, man." And I'm like, "Oh, you mean some Jordans?" He's like, "Yeah, man." I'm like, "Oh, I don't really wear tennis shoes unless I'm playing basketball." Nina, the moon cricket got mad at me because I said I only wear tennis shoes to play basketball. He said, "Man, I didn't pay $300 for these shoes to play basketball. For niggas step on my shoes, niggas gonna be a fight." I'm like, "Nigga, what?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't wear tennis shoes unless I'm playing a sport. That's just me. I don't give a damn about what you do." But his childlike behavior about some shoes, like that was the most important thing to the Negro. And that's
isn't that what guys get into shootouts over too? Somebody scuffed their Air Force Ones.
Yeah. Shoes. Bob with the $5 super chat says, "Nina, your man not only wants to protect you, but he's also protecting himself from living with the guilt of you being hurt and he can't do anything." Tatum says, "The analogy I use is women are the mayors and run the city. Men are the governors and run the state." Oh, that's a good analogy. But yeah, Nina, so the Negro, he was childish. And he was upset that I wasn't participating in the same childlike behavior. I think that's why he got mad when I pretty much, I think he thought like I was downplaying tennis shoes. And I wasn't. I just told him, "Hey, look, man, I don't wear tennis shoes in my daily life. I wear them to run, of course. I wear Asics to run. And if I'm hooping, which I haven't hooped in years, I'll wear some Jordans or some LeBrons.
Yeah.
But I'm not about to just walk around at almost 90 years old wearing tennis shoes. I'm just not doing it."
No, I don't get it either. But you know what? There is a culture around kicks. So it crosses like all ethnicities, because I even know like a whole bunch of Asian dudes that are like really into sneaker culture, I guess you can call it. And I'm just like, "Yo, you older than me. I just don't understand this. And don't let me step on your foot and be like, oh, how are you going to say that? Don't say that to me." I was like, "Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't F with you." Not at all.
Let me ask you a question. And then, Nina, I know I'm going to have to put you in the back because
no problem.
You don't want to be up here with this other person that's about to come up. You know who it is.
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. I hate to put you in this boat.
Mm-hmm.
When does the Black man actually mature?
I haven't found one yet, and I dated a guy that was almost 60 when we broke up, so I don't know.
Yeah. It's weird. Again, all Black men are not like this, but it's just I come across more Black men who are childish. and you meet Jewish men. I hate to say this, they are some of the most mature people I ever met in my life, to be honest with you.
But you know what? They got a boot on their neck because they make a lot of damn babies. Because my neighborhood is nothing but a whole bunch of kids around here, so they got no time to play. They got mouths to feed. Like, I kid you not. Even in my building, all the women, well, not all, but a lot of women in this building, because of my dog, the kids always like petting Gunther on our way out in the morning. They have double strollers, and they're filled with children.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, the men have no time to be messing around, so they have to make sure that they got everything on point. Yeah.
Nina, I definitely want you to come back. If you want to wait in the back, you can.
Okay.
I know you don't want to be here with this person I'm about to bring up.
No, I have no problem with dropping down. You just pull me back up. I'll just keep you on monitor 3. Okay.
Before I bring up this person, I'm going to go to a commercial. Thank you so much, Nina. Before I bring up this person, I'm going to play another commercial real quick. Thank you guys so much. Today's episode is Carlee Russell's ex is to blame, which I agree. And let's watch another Teach Henley commercial.
Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teach Henley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teach Henley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teach Henley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teach Henley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
777. 777.
Yeah, I actually use Teach Henley and it's amazing. And I've noticed a lot of improvement in my skin and just my overall well-being. Salute to you and everybody on the panel. Well, everybody in the chat, I should say. Well, Carlee Russell is a glorified ghetto gagger, respectfully. She's really...
Let's be respectful, sir. Let's be
respectful. I am. That was being nice.
No, be respectful, man.
I'm going to be respectful.
That was disgusting what you did. That to be honest with you, that was disgusting.
Well, sir, listen,
because you don't know that. That was actually disgusting.
You had a lesbian up here talking about.
Sir, can you just stick to the topic?
I mean, are we gonna? Is this chaos with chaotic, or is this?
Can you stick to the? Hold on, stick to the topic, or I'm gonna get you up out of here.
Okay. Ahead. Well, here I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick to the topic.
You don't have to say GG. Just stick to the topic.
I'm gonna stick to the topic the way I know how to stick to it. Okay.
Be clean.
All right.
And don't talk about Nina because Nina has nothing to do with. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying she can't really talk to the chat about anything because she's not into men. So what I'll say is, Carlee Russell, she's not a victim of black male behavior, sir. Okay. I think what you're doing is you're simping. I think it's quite frankly, it's disgusting what you're doing here.
Okay.
Carlee Russell is just another hood booger that deserves to be
from the hood, but all right, I got you.
Sir, please, can you stop? You gotta stop interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
So, okay, shout out to the Lapeef Network. I'm here for the Lapeef Network, sir, not for you. Okay? Please. All right. So just let your ego down a little bit. What I'm here to say is that Carlee Russell didn't deserve to even be on TV. Her story is useless, meaningless, and worthless. Nobody really cares about her, and nobody ever has. Besides you, sir, saying that she's a victim of this black male behavior.
Yeah.
Would you like to define what black male behavior is regarding the Carlee Russell case? Because this man pumped and dumped.
Let me do it again, or
he pumped and dumped her, and then stayed with her for a little bit more. Okay. He pumped and dumped her, stayed with her, hugged, made up, cupcaked a little bit, took her out to the movies. What's wrong with that? That's what every man has been doing since the beginning of time.
Okay.
He knew that she wasn't good. He didn't care. You know why? Because we don't care, sir. Mm-hmm. This whole fake story of, hey, make sure you got to vet the one you have kid. All this stuff. It doesn't matter at 2 a.m. chaotic, and you know that because we've been partying at 2, 3 a.m. in the clubs.
Hence the reason why I say that's playfulness. But go ahead.
And that's what we do. We play. There's 60-year-old men that are in the club right now
playing.
They're playing. They don't know what they're doing. Who cares?
Yeah.
Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved.
But don't you think it's up to the men to be managers of society and create an ordered society?
So manage a woman like Carlee Russell is what you're saying?
Well,
she don't want to be managed. What do you do with the woman that doesn't want to be managed? You move on. You pump and dump her, and you leave her for the next sucker that comes along.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not our job to. Earlier, I heard you say, "Oh, it's a man's job to protect women," right? Mm-hmm. Something like that along those lines.
Yeah,
it's a man's job to protect the right women, but it's also a man's job to leave the wrong woman in the streets.
So you're saying she was wrong from the get-go,
sir? I wouldn't piss on Carlee to save her life if she was on fire. There's no reason.
Real quick, Savage with the $5 super chat says, "Does that product clear your skin from the cocoa asking for a friend?" I have no idea what you're talking about, Savage. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, if you want to make Carlee, people are they already made her a victim. The whole black community made her a victim in the beginning. Yeah, we're gonna get that white man that did this to her. Yeah, I was there. I drove by. I saw him grab her. A lot of people, they love creating this storyline of, Carlee she's mentally ill. She was, she's sad. She was depressed. She needed help. This was a call for help. Who cares? This happens all day long. A crazy woman doing something insane gets arrested, gets in trouble. And now we got to what? We got to care. Carlee Russell should have been sitting on a leather couch. Okay. That's all she needed to be. Was just getting pumped, dumped, cream pied, and left where she is. Nobody cares, sir.
Is it possible, sir, that Carlee was a good girl who suffered a mental breakdown due to the behavior of this guy?
Jay-Z once said, when a good girl goes bad, she's gone forever. Okay? Right. This woman was pumped, smashed out, tossed around, flipped-flopped, and just ran through the ringer, sir. She was gone. She was gone as soon as she met this guy. And it wasn't his fault. It was her daddy's fault.
Okay. Now, why was it her dad's fault?
Well, her dad needs to be the one that shows her what a man's supposed to be like. And she would have never chose this young man that was allegedly sort of pimping her out, respectfully. And that's what most men do. You don't have to be smacked and thrown onto the whole stro to be pimped out. You can just be treated like the absolute little Miss Piggy that you are. Get in this room, suck something. Here, I'll take you on a vacation. Here's a 3-day vacation. Those 3 days, you're going to suck something every day. Every single day. A man doesn't want a woman's heart, chaotic. It's not the 50s. A man wants her throat, sir.
What does that mean?
A man wants a woman's throat. We fall in love with a woman's neck game. We don't look for the heart. We fall in love with the neck. The throat.
What do you mean fall in love with the neck?
We look for a throat goat. We look for a miss come and suck something. We don't look for
now respectfully, 777. How old are you again?
37.
And you think that this is how a 37-year-old man should talk?
I do believe so, sir. Yes. I think if you know what you want, you need to go. See, the 60-year-old men.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Hang on. The 60-year-old men that are out there in the clubs, right?
Yeah.
They're out there fooling around. tricking, buying shots, and all types of weird stuff. What they needed to be doing was lock down a Miss Nobody, a Miss Nothing in her brain. That she doesn't even have to cook and clean as long as she sucks something. A Miss Sucks Something is what. See, we're not looking for wives out here, CT. We're looking for on a beauty pageant, it's Miss Argentina, whatever, you know what I mean? Miss Brazil. We're looking for a Miss Suck Something. We're not looking for the what. We don't need it. See, the men need to regain our power back, sir. And I know you're a firm believer in that. We need to regain our power and sit on the throne as the kings that we are. We don't need to sit back and go, hey, baby, did you do the dishes today? Okay, because I don't want to do them. No, we need to come into that house, grab a plate, smash it over her head and say, suck something. I'm a king, God damn it, and I deserve to be treated like one. Smash the plate over your wife's head, over your lady's head if she's not cooking and cleaning. She better be sucking something crazy. She better suck the earth through a straw if she's not cooking and cleaning, sir.
Now, you are Italian, correct?
Yes, I'm lightly melanated. Go ahead.
Now, does this go on in the Italian culture?
There's been times that hands have been brought up to a woman's face occasionally.
And you're not married, correct?
Correct, a Mungo.
Okay, so you're not really serious about life, correct?
I'm dead serious about life. I like Mrs. Suck Somethings currently.
That is interesting. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, serious about life is what, sir? What? Why don't you give me the definition? And Nina
says that
Nina, don't talk to me in the chat, baby. I'm not allowed to talk to you because your daddy CT. Your daddy CT.
Hold on for a second. 777. I'm trying to read. Give me a second. Nina says 777 also smashes the type of females that had to lose custody of their children, which is why he's a single father at Tatum. Nina says, yep, that only chills with Dusty Dusty's Zero Tolerance playing the jungle music. Is this true? 777?
I'm sorry, I don't know what was true. What were we talking about?
Well, are you a single father by choice, or go ahead?
Am I a single father by choice, sir? We are co-parenting, sir.
You're co-parenting? Okay.
Yeah. What's the problem? Is there a problem? And Nina's a butch dyke that doesn't have kids. So what are we talking about?
Let me see. Arnold says the part women don't admit to is the guys who earn the most are closer to the red pill side than the ones that y'all agree with. Go ahead, 777. You got the floor, man. Have at it.
Sorry, I'm making rigatoni right now. I'm sorry. So basically what it is you got
Fear resides within us says you actually got pumped and dumped.
Oh, that's fire. Yeah. Well, sir, I mean, I don't think I can get pumped and dumped when, I put all the pieces to the puzzle together. I'm a king, sir. So I just I dealt with a pawn on the chessboard. I'll say that. I played with the pawn instead of playing with the queen, which is very dangerous. A pawn could also take down a king.
What are you talking about?
It was never checkmate, sir. Okay, the bitch might have had me in check, but never checkmate, sir.
The question is, would you rather be married or would you rather be co-parenting?
Oh, happily not married, sir. Absolutely.
So you're happy being a co-parent. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you believe that that's a better form of existence? Go ahead.
Correct.
Why do you believe that?
Well, because I could take what I could respectfully do is I could take dog face Nina, bust her neck down, and then send her back.
Can you answer the question without insulting people, sir? Go ahead, sir. Just be serious, man.
Yeah, I'm being dead serious. What I like to do is I like to, explore different opportunities. As a man, that's my right.
Well, it seems like you were playing. You got a woman pregnant that you didn't marry, and now you're co-parenting.
Correct.
Yeah. So you were playing earlier in life, correct?
Well, yeah, respectfully, yeah, I would say that I was playing, but then I was not playing, but now I'm playing against her. Yes.
Okay. And you don't see the correlation here.
Well, I mean, respectfully, 98% of women are made for being Miss Suck Somethings. Now, I can't help it that if I chose a Miss Suck Something and I thought she was a Miss Marry Something, because a lot of women are portraying a Miss Marry Something, but they're really Miss Suck Something.
CKJ3 with the $5 super chat says, CT, is it impossible that she ruined the young man's life? No one knew who he was until her actions. Again, CKJ3, I keep on saying this. I'm probably using the wrong word, but the onus is always, or the responsibility is always on the man. Not properly vetting. It does appear that he was stringing her along. I'm almost willing to bet that he was the reason of her downfall. I already went over that for 2 hours. 777, go ahead. 777, go ahead.
Oh, I told you I was making rigatoni, fucking cocksucker.
I told you to not be disrespectful. That's your last warning.
Well, listen, sir. Suck my balls, all right? I'm making rigatoni, okay?
Let's get you up out of here. If anybody wants 777 to come back, it's $50 in the super chat. Nina, is 777 a perfect example of a man playing around, and because of his playfulness, he's ended up being a single father? Keep it real. You there, Nina?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, so you listen to 777, and single father said he's co-parenting.
Lie.
Yeah, you said it's a lie.
No, he's not co-parenting. He has full custody of that kid.
Why do you think he has full custody?
Because he told me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And how did he get full custody?
I don't know. There's only a handful of ways that a man will get full custody of their child. Either the woman has to be a whole hot mess according to the manosphere, or she just completely just gave up on him and he could provide where she couldn't. So most of the times when I've seen fathers get full custody is because the situation was so bad with the mom that they had to either make the kid the ward of the state or the dad was going to pick up the pieces. Okay. So it's not my fault he has a baby mama who's also white trash. It's not my problem. So he could stay mad at me right now that I don't go to his live stream anymore. I don't care. Okay. But again, so 777 right now, in terms of his behavior, historically up to this point, is a good example of, like, I know sometimes people in the chat be like, oh, but white people do it. White people do it too. White people do it too. So 777 is giving you an example of a white person who's still a grown man child. Okay, so it comes in all ethnicities. Yeah. It's unfortunate that within a certain culture, it's overrepresented to the point of critical mass that something has to change. Yeah. He has room to fail because he's the majority of the country, but he's still a whole child.
Yeah. Do you think that 777 comes around black people because in college, I knew a girl. She was Middle Eastern, and she was a complete screw up. Smoking weed, drinking. She wasn't like the other Middle Eastern girls. I think I've told you this story before.
I think so, yeah.
And I used to call her out on her BS. She didn't like me, but I used to call her out. I said, you only hang around blacks because no other culture will accept you other than blacks. She didn't like me. And I feel like 777 is like that. I feel like he comes into black spaces.
Because he's a wigger in his own. Mm-hmm.
Right, because he can't do it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. A lot of times that happens with a lot of different women. Yeah. And you even have some celebrities who are not even accepted of their ethnic cultures. Yeah. So they divest into someone else's where they stand out because they look or appear a little bit more exotic. So they get more attention being in the out group than they were in their own group because they're basic in their own group. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I feel like 777 is like that. He comes around blacks because, unfortunately, blacks, we don't really practice classism, and he feels like he could be around all types of blacks. Unfortunately, even the superior ones, such as me and you. And I have to blame myself for continuously allowing his degeneracy to come around us. But he is a perfect example of a white man who plays a lot.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a perfect example. Like I said in the chat, he's going to be 60 years old, still tricking off of these has-been OnlyFans after they start losing all of their subscriptions to AI and still need some money. So since they're going to offer the throat, since that's all he wants, that's what he's going to get. Hopefully he won't get herpes of the dick because they've been giving throat to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he did mention that. Arnold with the $20 super chat says, one day, please have the leverage conversation. Imagine if women control marriage like they do childbirth. Every woman who wants a baby gets one, excluding fertility issues. Getting married is a different story. Okay, let me reread this again.
Yeah, I don't understand what that means.
One day, please have the leverage conversation. Imagine if women controlled marriage like they do childbirth. Every woman wants a baby, gets one, excluding fertility issues. Getting married is a different story. Okay, do you get what he's asking here?
I don't understand. Every woman who wants a baby. I mean, look at Keke Palmer. She wanted a baby and she got one. So
Okay.
I guess, and I don't get me wrong. I've always had a problem with that. Like I'm not one of those type of women that I'm gonna have my baby no matter what. They don't give a crap about is the kid gonna be raised in a 2-parent household. They just want to have a baby. Yeah. And their eggs are about to dry up, so they go and have a baby, and I'll be like, I'll just raise them all by myself. I'm not into that either. I think that's always going to be problematic because they don't know what it's like for the kid. Sometimes women are so selfish that they'll be like, just like that woman, the attorney, talking about she's freezing her eggs and had to give us a public announcement about it. But yeah, okay, finally you're gonna freeze your eggs, and then finally you're gonna have this kid by yourself. God forbid if you have a son, because that means she's going to have a black son. Then that black son's not going to have a father. So even in another income bracket, you're just perpetuating the same fatherless household. And she's a domineering woman, which is why nobody's married her up to this point, including the white guy that she was even engaged to. So why would I want that to be my mother? So I don't know, Arnold, really what you're saying, because I'm in agreement. I don't think that women should be controlling that the way they are right now either. I think it's a problem all the way around for all communities.
I guess the way I could answer it, is if we were to explore, this hypothetical situation or scenario here where women control marriage like they do childbirth, it would likely have significant implications on the dynamics of relationships, family structures, and societal norms. However, it's important to remember that reality is far more nuanced and shaped by historical, cultural, and legal factors that go beyond a simple hypothetical. Okay, so in any society, discussions about gender equality, personal autonomy, individual rights are essential. Historically, women have fought for greater agency and equality in various aspects of life, including the right to make decisions about their own bodies, their careers, and their relationships. Recognizing and respecting each other's autonomy and choices is fundamental to fostering a fair and, I would say, just society. So approaching conversations about gender roles with empathy and understanding can lead to more meaningful discussions that promote inclusivity and respect for individuals, regardless of gender. But it's important to be mindful of potential impacts of such discussions on various communities or communities, and to avoid perpetual harmful stereotypes on biases. So hopefully that answers your question, Alan. Go ahead, Nina.
My gut instinct, based on what I think that Arnold was trying to say, if women can't. There's a handful of women that I've seen on TikTok videos that were super cringe, where they've gotten on their knees and proposed to their guys. I've seen that. But if this was like going at a critical mass, I think if women in this fantasy world controlled marriage the way that women have traditionally wanted a guy to propose to them on Valentine's Day or New Year's, if that was like completely in reverse, I think, ladies, if you hear this in the chat, don't get mad at me. I think there would be more infidelity with women than it is right now. I honestly do. I don't think not one woman would be faithful if women controlled marriage, because she wouldn't respect the man that she's letting, pump in her. So like, what would be the point? It's like ordering DoorDash, So
Good
you
point.
would just mess up the natural order of things. A woman would want to feel like, because at the end of the day, physically speaking, we are the receiver. But if the receiver is also controlling everything, then you're just basically a walking dildo. So I have no loyalty to you at all. I'll just order another one and another one and another one. And then when I pop out the babies, or they come on those little incubator tubes or those little eggs that, the trans people want to have babies, then I'm just going to leave you alone. Just like Kiki Palmer let that dude home when she went to the Usher concert. He's the babysitter and the dildo when she wants it.
Yeah.
I think that would be even a worse society. Even worse. And then you're going to have, like, at least the white girls, they go to therapy and get medicated to death to handle all of their depression. But Black women, I don't know what y'all would do. I honestly don't. But the white females, they'll just be, like, even more depressed than they already are. I don't think that's a good idea. It's not even a good fantasy to play with. I just really believe that the natural order of things should get back to where it needs to be.
What is the biggest problem? Like, in my opinion, the number one problem with Black men is this extreme narcissism. So, for example, we saw with Carlee's boyfriend, him showing the car, his clothes, this behavior that I'm more important than what I really am. You saw the photo. It's a childlike behavior. I think that's one of the biggest problems with the Black male, like that aspect of playfulness. What have you seen as number one?
Number one in terms of a problem, just that the peacocking. It's a lot of it.
Yeah, peacocking. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I say I see it, I mean everybody sees it. Like we see it even when we go out to our favorite restaurant over here. There was this one couple that was sitting next to us, and the guy was just peacocking like crazy. Yeah. And even he turned around and looked at him, and then he looked at me. And then once they finally left, he told our favorite server, he was like, any 5 more minutes, you would have had to order them a room. I mean, could the guy show off or overcompensate even more? He was just such a kid. Like, the whole restaurant was looking at him, putting himself on display. He started rapping. He started, like, trying to, like, give the girl a hickey on her neck, sitting over there at the table, ordering more drinks, being super, super loud. So they stood out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I was like, dude, you don't have to do that here. Nobody likes that here. It's kind of like the basketball player that went to, was it Utah? And it's like, nobody's gonna Lamborghini down in Salt Lake City because everybody's probably could buy one if they wanted to, maybe 2 or 3 of them. So what are you doing? Yeah. But I see that a lot as a problem. And so when it comes to the type of women, only from what I see, because I don't have a lot of experience, the only type of women that are going to flock to that attention are the ones that are no longer accepted in their own in-group, so they got nowhere to go, or the ones that 777 and other guys like to smash, like the strippers, because they just want to get tricked on, pay my phone bill, pay my rent, all that kind of stuff. And you're still going to be miserable, so...
Arnold with the $5 super chat says, men don't cry when they see proposal videos. Women do. Women want marriage, but something about the way they are moving is not effective. We have another woman. Oh, Blue Jay, what's going on? How you doing? Blue Jay.
Hey, girl.
What say you about this topic?
So it's messy, but
what say you about this topic and how you doing? What say you about this topic? Carlee Russell is the victim of Black male behavior. I went on a 2-hour diatribe as to why I certainly believe Black male behavior is the cause of what she did. You're on mute or something. I can't hear you. You can't. Can you hear her?
No, can't hear you. You're on mute.
Blue Jay, we can't hear you. Mute. Something's wrong. We heard you at first, but we can't hear you now. Yeah. Now you muted yourself. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I'm an idiot.
There you go.
Okay. All right. And I can take these out too. I just was like, I don't know if I should be on the. I don't know. I'm nervous because I don't know if people are gonna like roast me because I'm always like mean to everybody. But I just play around. But yeah, I think she just like really obsessed with him, and instead of realizing that like he didn't feel the same level as her, she tried to go like way too crazy to get his attention. But it like always backfires when people do that. It seems because nobody's attracted to desperation. So that's just my opinion.
So you think that this is just an isolated situation? This is not a macro problem, a macro situation amongst Black males.
I don't really know like a ton of Black guys, but so I can't really speak on that. But I can speak more on like a woman's instinct. Like women, when they really like a man, they get like almost kind of desperate, and I don't know why. Like they act on it because it doesn't ever end up like doing them any good. Because men like to chase, right? So
yeah,
the more desperate you act, and the more you like beg them, the least likely they are to be interested in you. Even if they kind of were, it'll be like a turnoff.
Okay.
So I think I don't know why am I like to the side? I don't know why.
No, you're good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah,
okay.
you're fine.
So anyway, that's what I think. I think that he started pulling away. She found out about the stripper, and then she probably sweating him, and he's like, you know, I don't need all this. Like, so he probably was like giving her less and less attention, and she just couldn't take it. That's my opinion. I don't know her, but that's from a woman's point of view. That's what it seems like.
Okay, I can see that. I didn't look at it like that, but I can see that though. Wow, Nina, what say you?
Yeah, we were talking about it in the chat. That sometimes women, they just don't pick on the social cues because they're just so happy that a guy's giving them the attention. So they don't even know if this is going to be a pump and dump or smash and dash situation because they're just so giddy. Like, oh my God, he's so cute. Like very, very high school. So she probably just got caught up with that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like we were talking about how Joey Buttafuoco and Amy Fisher's story went down. That was the married guy that was dealing with the young girl, and she lost her mind because he wouldn't leave his wife for her. I mean, we have an entire Lifetime channel that is dedicated to women, mostly suburban women, losing their mind because they didn't get the memo over the guy that they were letting have sex with them. Completely losing their mind. So this could be another one of the I'm not going to call her a victim because she definitely isn't, but she's a byproduct of that type of isolated life, you know, where she doesn't know the streets, but she was dealing with a street dude, so to speak. You know what I mean? Or a guy who has like a more street mentality, and you know, he played her, and then she did some stupid stuff.
And everything. It wasn't like he was like total hood. But
no, not hood at all. You don't have to be hood at all to have a hood mentality. That's what I'm saying. It's more of like a certain kind of culture. So like he could be in the suburbs with her and just chilling with her, and she thinks like everything is cool because they're hanging out at the yoga shop and the mall and all that kind of stuff. But when he wasn't around her, he was obviously engulfed in stripper culture. You know, hanging with his homies in VIP or whatever. You know, making it rain. So that was the kind of thing that was happening. I remember guys that used to come and visit me when I lived in Jersey. They used to come from freaking Harlem to Jersey to come and see my brothers. I'd be like, yo, don't invite those dudes over here again. Like, what the hell, yo? What the hell? So they used to come to the burbs to kind of like chill with us. I'm like, no, I don't want them ninjas in my house. You're crazy.
Arnold with the $5 super chat says most women would say yes to any working class man. The six-figure convo is laughable. There is no way women are ignorant to what people actually make. Guys, you guys are women. What say you to this comment?
Most women say yes to any working class. I don't really know what this means. There is no. I mean, if you think about it, the most women on average will date who they're compatible with. So who you're compatible with also has to do with your lifestyle, your finances, your credit score. You know, if you're in a relationship with someone, at some point you're going to understand what kind of money they make. So I don't understand what you mean by the six-figure combo is laughable. I don't know. I live in New York City, so maybe we're immune to this whole six-figure conversation. Is that possible? You can't really live here without six figures.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I don't know about that.
Me neither. I don't understand this comment.
But also the six-figure thing's kind of stupid. I mean,
I don't get it. I mean, as long as you can take care of the bills, like whatever.
Anything. I mean, let's be real. But I mean, if someone's really hot and you get along with them, then maybe you could just like be happy being like kind of broke. But that's rare. Mostly you have to like have some money to stuff. That's what I think. But
Arnold says women get on platforms and say that 6 figures is the baseline. Well, I don't know who those women are. I just figure like there's a courting time period. So as long as you guys can go out on dates without struggling to do that, then it kind of helps you to understand who you're going to be dealing with if you decide to go long term. It's not really predicated on how many zeros are in, the income.
I don't know. I mean, I've made a 6 figure, so I don't really like care because I feel like you spend what you have most of the time. So
that's what I mean. Like it's relative. So for someone to be like, oh, he needs to make 6 figures, is like, okay. But you live in California and you just so
that's like this big goal. I mean, 6 figures is not really that much money.
It's not. Like think about it. You live in Los Angeles and you just make $100,000 a year, but your rent is like $4,000 a month plus your expenses. Like, dude, you're broke.
1,333 or whatever. Then you minus your taxes.
Yeah,
you got like 6,500 left. That's not really that much. I mean,
it's not. And when you get double taxed because of New York State and New York City, come on, man. It's like, so that the 6 figure thing, I don't know. It seems a little juvenile to me.
How much do you guys pay like your rent? There's like $3,000 or something.
Mine is $3,000. Yeah.
Yeah, mine's like 2,100, and I'm in Utah, so it's not that. And that's like a 2-bedroom. But I was
I have a 2-bedroom too.
Japrice, what say you about this? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Blue Jay. What you say?
Oh no, I was just gonna say like I heard the saying. It was like very simple ones, but it makes a lot of sense. It says if a guy is into you, you'll like. Okay, wait. Let me try to remember. It's like if someone's into you, you'll know. If you're confused, they're not. Like I mean, there should be like it's pretty obvious. So if you're trying to talk yourself into it, or they give you mixed signals, it's because they're probably playing with you. Mm-hmm. They're probably not serious about you. That's like. What I think that happened to her is he gave her just enough attention to where she got little morsels of hope.
Yeah.
But
I think so. Yeah.
it wasn't like he wasn't coming out telling her straight up lies that he wanted to marry her or abuse her. I think she just held on to what she wanted to hear, and then got hella jealous of the stripper.
Yeah.
So that's I don't know.
Japrice, what's going on?
Hi, CT. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I want to make sure.
What say you about Carlee Russell? I believe that the black male is responsible for her creating this hoax. But what do you believe? Like, do you believe that the black male is responsible for the black woman's actions, or what say you?
When you put it like that, I believe so, and I believe that black male that
would you say
is responsible. I said if you put it like that, I believe the black male is responsible would be her father.
I said that earlier today. I mean, like 2 or 3 hours ago. Go ahead. And why do you believe that, Japrice? Japrice, you went out there. Hello? Okay, I don't know what happened with Japrice.
What she say? Her father?
She said the father. Her father is to blame, which I agree as well too. Yeah.
Why? I think she has a good dad, right?
Well, in my opinion, it's just me. She said that she was frustrated with her job. I just feel as though as a father, you shouldn't have your daughter working. I feel like you should retire your daughter. I really believe that for some reason. I don't know why. If I had a daughter, I wouldn't want her to go to somebody's job. I would, if I'm not employing my daughter or if she's not married to somebody, it's just me. I don't want anybody to echo chamber me. That's what I believe. I believe that a father should provide for his daughter.
Okay.
I really just believe that.
I totally agree too. I agree. I think that I agree. I believe that daughters should only to stay in their father's home until they get married. Mm-hmm. So if they're staying in their father's home, they shouldn't really necessarily need to work to pay bills or anything, because what else would you be working for? Would be for bills. Yeah. So I believe that they should go from their father's
Yeah.
home to their husband's home. So yeah, I totally agree that I'm a strong believer in that.
Yeah.
Why she go to college?
And it's
then?
possible. A lot of people say that's not possible, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
I
So
don't think it's
Blue
not
Jay
possible.
asked why does she go to college in the first place?
Well, in my family, the women in my family in the past went to college to meet their husbands. I went to college because I just wanted to, and because of the fact that I had lost my dad when I was so young. My mom, thank God that she did go to college, because she was able to help pick up the pieces until she got with my stepdad. So
Now, Curtis,
just being able to take care of someone when they get sick because you have a degree and you can always use your trade or licenses if you need to, that's always a beautiful thing.
Now, Curtis in the chat says that's how you raise a spoiled brat. Curtis, I disagree.
Yeah,
now,
I disagree.
Right, Curtis, but I'm telling you, if I had a daughter, I would listen. I don't want my daughter sleeping her way to the top. I don't want my daughter doing anything sexual. And the way to prevent that is, hey, baby, I'll take care of you, so that you don't have to sleep around and this, that, and the other. I'll just take care of you until you meet the right man. I agree with Japrice on that. Japrice, go ahead.
No, yeah, I don't believe that's how you raise a spoiled brat. I would say that that's how my life was set up, but I did go to the army for 4 years. It was something that I wanted to do to fulfill my late brother's dream. Something that I, of course, asked my family, would this be okay? And they all said, yeah, for that very reason. My brother was murdered. He wanted to go to the army, blah, blah, blah. So I did that. And then after that, I came back to my family's house, to my father's house, my family's house. And after that, I got married at 25 and I went to my husband's house.
Now, it seems like Blue Jay is not in agreement. Go ahead, Blue Jay.
I don't necessarily disagree, because I believe everyone has their own path, and that I respect that. And sometimes our paths aren't what we expect it will be. Like, I got married at 22, so I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I went from my parents' house, to moving in with my fiance to being married late. So we were together 11 years. So I didn't live on my own until I was like 30. So I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I just feel like it's not really a father's responsibility. Maybe that's just like my family. I mean, even times that I've come across hard times and I've had to ask my dad to borrow like maybe $1,500. I mean, he acts like he's so disappointed. I'm not gonna ever do this again. Like, don't, it's just like a tough love kind of thing, I guess. So I don't, and he would. He's not gonna not if I need it, but it's like discouraged. Like asking the parents, or like expecting your parents to give you. My son was like very discouraged. But they also, we weren't really like allowed to cry. It was like, get called crybaby. I'll give you something to cry about. Like there was like a lot of just kind of like stoic maybe love in like a way that my parents really wanted me to be able to like fend for myself if needed. But I mean, they're married, so it's not like they're against marriage or anything. They're not married to each other, but they're both married. But I think that it's more like the ability to, and everybody hates their job sometimes. The fact that she complained about her job to me doesn't mean that she shouldn't work. It just means that she is building character, because when she does get married and have kids, she's gonna have some hard days, and that's just teaching like perseverance. You can't just quit. You can't just go lay down and be like, call my dad and my mom, tell them to come get the kids. I'm tired.
Yeah, I don't think that's good either. Because
most of the stuff that you're saying is common sense.
That's what I'm thinking too. So
but it's
because
not agree with what you say, and you say yours is common sense. But they're different. So are they both common sense, or I'm confused?
I think that the way that you, like, your perspective is because of maybe how you grew up, and how you were like you said, you were not actually able to depend on your father at a certain age because he would get upset or X, Y, Z. I don't think that necessarily teaches character.
As an adult, my parents have financial resources. They can help me, but they won't out of principle, because they don't want me to get used to that, or just kind of not try my very best. Like if I'm going to be out on the street, they're not going to allow that, but they're going to pretty much let me get there. So that's a different mentality. It's not that I couldn't realign it. It's just the mindset of my family is like, you work for, you know, what you get. And, you know, you don't just get to live off your parents or go float around. And I mean, I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong. I'm just saying that that is how I was.
Yeah, my family's like that, and a lot of my friends' families are like that too. So, you know, basically, those that still hate their parents at this point are just waiting for them to drop dead so they can claim their inheritance or start getting distributions from the estate. But that's a whole other. So that's a stream all into itself. So when it comes to your father's home and whether or not you go to college or work before you get married, because you never know who's going to get married, who isn't, and then God forbid if you get a divorce and what that's going to look like. If your husband was the breadwinner and now has left you with like 3 kids, how are you going to, you know, take care of yourself unless you're just going to go through like a horrible divorce proceeding? It would be nice to have your own backup strategy for yourself. Considering that if you went to school or you have some type of tangible trade that you can, you know, use for your own kind of income, whatever it is. Like I remember when I was a kid, my grandmother was a real estate agent, but I think that woman sold 1 house a year just because she was bored. But she didn't have to. Like my grandmother didn't want for anything for a long time. My mother didn't want for anything. But then when my dad died, my mom was a candy striper. CT, do you know what a candy striper is? That's like something. That's like something from the 80s where like people used to volunteer at hospitals and wear these cute little candy cane looking outfits and like bring hospital patients like juice and stuff like that. Yeah, my mom used to do that as a volunteer. But then when my dad died, she ended up started working for the hospital just to get out of the house and then do something else. So thank God that she had like, you know, some wherewithal about her that she could handle that and take care of us as best as she could. But then, you know, then I got my stepdad, and then he resumed the role that my father used to have and just took care of everything. But then we became his daddy's girls, and he was very, very adamant about us not doing a lot of things. So my mom comes from a generation where she wasn't even allowed to drive. She was, yeah. My mom.
I had a friend whose grandparents were like that. His grandmother didn't drive. The grandfather drove everywhere.
Yep, my mom was not allowed to get a driver's license like her brothers because then they thought that she was going to be out on the street being fast. So they absolutely forbid it. Now, you know, I come from a military family, so when Grandpa said no, he meant no. So that's how the other men in my family have been. When they say no, they mean no. So yeah, a lot of this stuff that I'm hearing here, it's like this is so foreign to me. But you know.
The most miserable, I gotta say this, like I said before, the most miserable women I've met are working women. Yeah. And I keep saying it, women are not supposed to work. I feel like men are supposed to. I've always said this. People can say I'm sipping in the chat, but I'm not. I think women are supposed to be taken care of. But the problem is that a lot of the men in the chat aren't really dating really good looking, you know, and they're like, oh, I'm not taking care of busted, you know, or no busted female. But it's like, if you had a really good-looking chick, you wouldn't mind her being a stay-at-home mom, and that's what I'm arguing here.
Plus, here's the other thing, CT. You know, they're complaining about having to take care of a woman, and I'm using air quotes, right? But because I think these are the type of men that have never had a woman take care of them in the way that women would naturally take care of a man. You know, a woman who either she keeps house. You never come home without the house smelling like a fresh cooked meal. You get ridiculous throat that 777 would never have, even if he paid for it. Yeah. And that's facts. You see what I'm saying? And when he comes home from work or travel or whatever it is, the house is always quiet, peaceful. The kids are happy to see him. And then, you know what I mean? A man coming home to peace is priceless. But in order for you to get that from a woman, you have to give her peace too. And she has to be engineered to know that that is what her job is.
Blaq says, show your wife, CT. I don't have nothing to prove to you, Blaq, but salute to you and thank you so much for always supporting me. Arnold with the $5 super chat says, the women leave to participate in garden to a culture or because their parents won't support an IG lifestyle. To the guys in the back, hang tight. I got another super chat coming through. Give me a second. Arnold with the twomp. Thank you so much. Arnold says, as far as the bill splitting convo, the only thing that matters is that if you are barebacking, you're gonna have to pay 100% of the bills when she can't work because of pregnancy and birth. Before you respond, most people don't save. Arnold, you're dropping nice super chats, but I can't understand what you're writing, bro. I'm assuming he's saying that women should only be taken care of during pregnancy. Go ahead. What do you think he's saying?
I don't understand what he's saying.
I think he's saying that pretty much as far as the 50-50 conversation goes, when it all boils down to it, you're going to have to pay 100% of the bills, because when us women get pregnant and or when we give birth, we can't work anyway and shouldn't work while being pregnant or after a period of time of giving birth. So I think that's what he's saying.
I think that's what he's
but
saying.
Yeah, he's actually saying that.
But who's talking about 50-50? I guess this is some part of the YouTube
maybe in the chat.
Forgive my ignorance. I guess this is something that I'm just not privy to. I don't know what you're talking about 50-50. What is this? Caprice, what is he talking about 50-50? CT, what is he talking about 50-50?
I don't know. I wish I don't know what it is. It's like I can't understand. I can't understand it. And he's about to nice super chat.
50-50 and then you bareback.
I understood him.
After that, then you have to pay 100.
Okay, I guess.
I mean, that's what bareback. I assume you mean it's like unchecked. Then you said.
Blue Jay, can you speak into the? You have to speak into the mic. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm on my. I'm just gonna turn it off.
Okay.
It should be on my left.
Caprice, if your family found out that your husband wanted you to get a corporate job, what would your family say, Caprice?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I believe that they would question, they would be like, why? They'll ask why. They would more than likely not agree with it. They would probably say, well, if you cannot take care of the bills, maybe my daughter can come home with us for a while you get yourself together. Because we have 2 little ones, and they're all about me, about the grandchildren, who's going to take care of them. We're a family where we don't believe in daycare or even schools at this point. So they would say, you guys can first and foremost, they would initially say, if you guys can't afford something, they would more than likely help and or say, you guys moving with us, get yourselves together, because it's not a good.
Your dad will look at that as a problem then, like you having a job. Okay, see, and that's what I'm. So
I'm sorry. I know I went rambling.
No. You're fine, because I was just saying, because people think today that I'm being new. I've always said this. I've always said that women should not work, because for some reason we don't want women to fight wars for us. We don't want women. Where are women when it comes to digging ditches and mining coal and working on oil rigs? So it's like, well, how come we don't want women working in those places then? It's just that why all of a sudden do you want women to work in these offices? Women shouldn't work, period. And I think that's why do you think that's why that girl went kind of crazy though, Caprice, Carlee?
Probably, yeah, because working and I don't know if she wasn't married or anything like that. I just think I believe, and here I go with the research that I can't really pull up, but I read something that said that if a woman and a man both work 12 hours, the man can recuperate way faster than the woman. The woman is going to need a whole 24 hours to recuperate to be able to do that again. So a man has more durability than a woman. And even though I stay home, I still work inside the home. I still I do, my job is take care of the children in the house, inside of the house. And that exhausts me. That exhausts me, because I'm just up all day on my feet, cooking, cleaning, doing all these things around the home. And right now I'm doing the boys' room over. I'm renovating the room. It's just I'm tired. So I can only imagine, getting up, going to work, coming home, doing the house duties. That's double work. That's literally one-way ticket to death.
Yeah. Whereas your husband, he works, takes care of the home, He's able to come home, horseplay with the kids, mingle with you. Men, I'm telling you, men are just built different like that. Yeah.
My husband can literally come home from work. They'll call him in to do like to for another shift because somebody didn't come in or they got to do overtime or something. And he'll be like, all right, he's going to take an hour nap. And he'll be like, all right, I'm up. I'm like, no, you need rest. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm like, wow. I would be crying on the floor. Like, what? No. Yeah.
And that's what I was saying earlier when I said men can rally. You know, a man can work a 20-hour rough job and take a nap and do it again. It's in us to work. And that's why I don't understand why you're not. I got to say this, man. And a lot of people don't admit this. And then a lot of people will say I'm a simp. But women are not built that way. They're just not built to work like that. And that's why I just think women should just take care of the family. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I definitely believe like that's here's another thing too. Like just because like if you want to bring into perspective, is that whose noise? Is that my noise?
No, that was me.
Oh, okay. I believe that what people in society today think that just because you're a stay-at-home mom, like a stay-at-home wife, that you can't bring anything in. Like I bake cookies and I bake like pastries and stuff, and sometimes on Sundays at church I go and I sell it, and then so I make money like doing that. But it's not to where I'm like it's not taking away time from the family, or I'm not like stressed out about it and stuff like that. So it's like I get you guys want to say inflation and things are expensive, but there's ways that you can make money without having to actually clock in and be on someone else's time, which would stress you out.
Yep. Yeah. I work my own hours. I work by appointments. So
do you guys believe that no, wait a minute. Andrea says women working full time and taking care of kids in the house is cruel and unusual punishment. I agree with that, Andrea. I know Japrice agrees with that. Blue Jay, do you agree with this? That it's cruel and unusual punishment? Go ahead.
I think it depends on the job. I mean, if it's
for some reason. Yeah. I can't hear her.
I'll answer until she gets her audio together. I said I think it depends on the job. I mean, if it's a family-run business and you can put the children to work or nieces and nephews, and so that way you go back to the house and recharge or whatever, then that's a different story. But if like you're clocking a 9 to 5 and then having to come home, like I know a lot of nurses, and so they do like these 12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
But what they've done ever since COVID is they've concatenated their work schedule, so they burn it for like 3 days straight, and then they stay home. But so I could see how that could be cruel and stressful, but it also depends on what your husband or your partner is doing. So Japrice is bringing up a situation where her husband will get called in, and he's got an hour to take a nap and stuff like that. So imagine if she had a 9 to 5, and he needs the house to be quiet so he can recharge himself and go out there and do what he needs to do. If she was still at work or on the highway commuting back home, who would be taking care of their kids?
Nina, hold on for a second. Myron says CT is changing his whole views. I'm out. Wait a minute, Myron. Wait a minute. Are we going to sit here and pick and choose? Now, it's absurd for me to say that a woman should be taken care of, but I bet you if we were in a foxhole, you wouldn't want any of these women on the panel, respectfully, Japrice, I know you serve, but you wouldn't want anybody on this panel but me. If we were in the foxhole, stop it. If we were in the foxhole and you were bleeding, you would want me to carry you 100. Well, you're probably a big guy, but I would still manage to carry you maybe 10, 15 yards, not 100. But the fact of the matter is that we don't want women working in oil rigs. We don't want women being firefighters. We don't want women being on the front lines. So why is it so crazy for me to say, man, maybe that girl was upset because, listen, as a woman, she knows she shouldn't have to work. Her dude should have been taking care of her, flat out. I'm not simping today. I've always said this. Japrice, what do you think about what this dude Myron said? Go ahead.
I don't know what exactly he's saying that you changed your views on. I don't know. Is he saying that? I don't understand.
I don't get it either. Yeah.
I think. Oh, let me see if Blue Jay is correct. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm getting
Okay.
a call. It's so annoying. I couldn't figure out how to turn it off.
Oh, you
Can
had
you
a
guys hear
call.
me?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was
Japrice,
sorry.
earlier I had talked
Well, I was
about,
just gonna say.
oh, go ahead, Blue Jay.
Well, you asked me about if I agree with like if a woman should work if it's cruel and unusual punishment, right? So I think it's just depends on what you're doing. Like for me, when I was a stay-at-home mom, that was perfect because I didn't want my kids to go to daycare until they went to school and they could talk and tell me what happens. But then while they were little, I went back to school for interior design. I had a business degree already, but interior design was something I could do myself and I could do it on my own terms and I love it. And I charge over $100 an hour to do it. So it's like, what's wrong with that? That to me doesn't feel cool, but it feels like I'm still progressing as a person. And now I'm kind of over that. And now I want to go back and do a master's of clinical therapy. So I think you can always change based on where you're at in life. I don't think it means like you either work or you don't, or it's bad or it's good. There's like gray areas. And some people don't want to just be like, for my kid's dad, like he was my husband at the time, my ex-husband, but his family was from the South and they had very traditional roles, which was cool in ways because I learned from them certain things. But like they never had jobs. Even when the kids went to elementary, high school, grew up, and they would just be home every day, all day. And I didn't feel like that was something that I would personally want to do because I feel like I would be stifled as a person. And the thing is, I know Jeffrey said, like, if you have to clean the house and work, well, the difference is when nobody's home during the day, the house doesn't get messy. So that's difference when I had like one child and she was in my first grade and I worked and my husband worked and then we all come home and have dinner together versus like when I had a 2-year-old and a newborn and it's like chaos, you know? So I think there's different ways that you can look at time, but it's not necessarily the same amount of workload at the same, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Japrice,
Yeah.
earlier I was talking about Carlee's ex-boyfriend, and I was basically saying that he is like most Negroes, he's childish. He dresses like a child. He's showing off his car and his Instagram like how kids show off their toys. Do you think that black men are in a perpetual state of childhood? I think I've already asked you. I don't think I've asked you that, but do you think that the black man is in a perpetual state of being a child? Thus, he can't create good relationships with his girlfriend, wife, children. Go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it has something to do with perhaps how they were raised.
Go ahead.
You know, unfortunately, most Black children were raised in a single parent household. So if we're talking about Black boys, they more than likely had to grow up fast because they had to maybe help mom pay the bills, or they had to, you know, or they were being emasculated, or they were just in a rush to get out. So I think that the state, like a childlike mindset, is there. I want to say it's because, you know, of their family dynamic, of how they grew up. Because you see 50-year-olds still dressing like, why are you still wearing jean short? Like, why? Like, me, I don't know. I don't like it. Why are you still wearing Jordans and like, no, put on something
And that's why I say that black men are to blame, particularly when black women go crazy, because I think that the black woman wants the relationship. She wants the man in the house with the kids. She wants all of these things, but she has to deal a lot of times with a weed smoking, video game playing, dude who would rather run around the town, gallivant with other women, and won't be out. And am I on to something? That's what I was saying earlier, Japrice. If you like the first hour and a half I was up here, do you agree with that? That the black man he spends too much time occupying himself, smoking weed, drinking, wanting to party, playing. Go ahead.
Wanting to become a rapper or a basketball player or a football player. Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of them are not. I think not a lot, but I think some are very immature and they're not serious.
Okay. What's up, SBU security boss?
Yes, sir.
You are a woman of a certain age.
Oh, wow.
what say you about this entire conversation with your maturity?
I would say that CT, you are wrong.
You
are wrong. No, but you pointed out the facts. This is true.
Yeah, go ahead.
But individuals who are adults have to be responsible for themselves. And that's what our elder women should be teaching our younger women. Ladies, stop sexually giving yourself to men that are not your husbands.
That's what I said earlier.
I didn't say you didn't. I said what you said was.
You said I was wrong, but
wrong with the fact that you're blaming the man for what the women have found themselves doing because they can't control the man.
Okay. Go ahead.
What is the expectation for a 25-year-old man? What do they want them to do? Well, marry them and stay with them the whole life? If so, they need to walk in the door like wives. They need to be wives. They need to be preserving themselves. They need to be showing the standards and elevating themselves as the women that need to be married, not as the woman who's trying to be in competition with all the rest of the women and giving away the booty to see how good it is, to see which one he's going to follow.
Yeah,
it's a big difference. He's a young man doing manly things. He has not made a commitment to anyone. Women give themselves to them, and then they think that this man actually cared about them. And then when he goes on with his life, here's a trauma. Now I'm going to set up a stunt, which I didn't know it was all about him. And that's on the woman. No, it's on the woman.
So
you can't do that.
It's on the woman. Okay.
It's on the woman. We got to preserve ourselves. We do not have to give our vaginas to anyone. And if we decide to do so, we need to go in with a clear head, knowing full well that this man has not committed himself to us. If we think that he has or is willing to do so, we need to wait. We need to wait for the ring. We need to wait. And that's just the bottom line. If not, women are going to continue to be in trauma, continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over again. I'm sorry.
Arnold with the $5 super chat says, my theory is that feminism is responsible for women now having to work. What say you ladies to this real quick?
I was going to reply in the chat. That doesn't make any sense because feminists want to smash the patriarchy. Feminists want to be C-level executives and kick all of the guys out. Feminists basically want to rule the planet. So that's the complete antithesis of them not wanting to work and be home and punch out a whole bunch of germ balls. That's what they call them from their fetuses. So I don't understand where his understanding of the red pill talking points, that they're just getting parroted down the list. I'm starting to realize now that I'm looking at all of his comments in totality, it's just red pill point after red pill point after red pill point, but they don't have any context to the actual conversation. So no, sir, feminists don't want to be at home like us. Feminists want to take over your job.
Arnold with the $10 super chat says, once white women entered the job market, the ceiling for housing market or the housing market was based on a white man and a white man's salary. So now working overtime isn't enough for a non-white man to close the wage gap. Does anybody want to broach this one?
When people start doing the whataboutisms when it comes to white people, you just kind of lose me there. I don't know what to tell you there. Because at the end of the day, within corporate America's structure, we already know who's, what the pecking order is. It's going to always be white women. It's going to be questionable Black men and white men. And then it's going to be women of color. Sometimes Latinas get to supersede Black women and then everybody else after that. So I really don't know what else to say about that.
Marriage, politics. I'm sorry. Go ahead, security boss.
No, I was just going to go back a little bit because the young lady mentioned feminists. They actually want us to be equal. So they do want to work. I can't remember what his comment was, but they want to take over, but they actually want to be equal. So the fact that women are now working has driven up the economy, meaning everything is more expensive. So therefore it takes more money for us to live. So now where a woman could stay at home and take care of the children, she has to now contribute to the household because everything is more expensive. So I definitely see what you're saying, but it's kind of on both sides. Both people, it kind of works both ways is what I'm trying to say. Women now want and have a need to be equal. They want the equal pay. They don't necessarily want to get rid of men. I know it may seem like that when some of them are speaking, but they actually want to be more so equal. which actually drives the economy, which makes it harder or more expensive to live.
Marriage, Politics, and Sports says bar security boss. Thank you so much, security boss. Earlier I had also mentioned that not only is anything that happens with the black man, I mean the black woman, is the black man's problem or the fault. I particularly mentioned that Carlee's father was to blame. She's at work. She's frustrated with this quasi relationship she's in. Women don't rally at work. Women really don't rally the way that men do. So she's thinking about this relationship at work. She probably hates her job already. But I earlier said that, hey, man, why would her father even have his daughter working? And so do you agree with that? Do you agree? You know, like I feel like her father, I feel like a father shouldn't have their daughter in the work environment. Does that make any sense to you? Go ahead.
Absolutely, it does. Now, listen, I don't know everything about them. I don't know everything about their family dynamics. So let me just say this. For a certain time, her father should have covered her. I totally agree with that. But I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on in their home or, you know, whether they have a good life. I don't know the situation. She's gone off to college. And typically, somewhere around in there, daddy tends to lose at the covering because of the influences and the liberal schools and things that they attend.
Yeah, maybe so.
So even if dad was in the position to cover, if she went to school, got a degree, she at that point was probably a real, let's call her a real mature woman that wanted to live her own life. And they probably clashed a lot about what was going to happen next. So in other words, he probably did all he could do because he was definitely there. It appears that he was definitely there. So we can't blame him for that. I don't think.
Okay. Ross girl, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Blue Jay.
Well, I was just going to say, so if she's 25 and I mean, what happens if she doesn't get married till she's 30 or what if she never gets married? Does she just never move out of her parents' home? Because eventually that's going to be a turnoff to a man. They're going to be like, you never lived outside your home. You're 30. I don't know if I want to marry you. You don't even know how to run a home. Like it can. Right?
Well, that's not necessarily true. Because listen, if she's living in the home and she's still presenting herself as a responsible adult woman and able to do the things of a wife, then that could be an excellent presentation for another young man that may think like, well, you know, this world hasn't influenced her so much that she can't be an asset to me as my wife. So it could be a benefit. It all depends, I guess, on her presentation after living it.
Oh, you just gave me a good example. I mean, no,
I believe it's a benefit because usually what happens is when women live on their own, what happens is they become, they start, you know, dating, they start letting men come over, they start sleeping with different men. So that's usually what happens when a woman moves on her own. So she's pretty much, you know, in the streets.
Correct.
So I don't think that men are going to look at the woman and say, oh, you know, you don't know how to take care of her home. No, they're going to look at the woman and say that, oh, she's protected. So you know, if I'm a protective man, I want to marry her, then I'm going to have to speak to her father. I'm going to have to, you know, see her father first before I try to run any type of, you know, bring around the rosy around her. So I believe that that's a show a sign of protection. And she's kept, and she knows she's been taught to be a wife. So I believe that.
So let me give you guys an example. This literally just happened a week ago. So I guess you can effectively, one of my stepsons is, he's going into a PhD program coming this fall, right? And he has this kind of sort of girlfriend, and they've been courting back and forth from her university to his university, blah, 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 blah. So dad is like super, super happy because his son has never really had like a lot of dating. He didn't do like the whole fraternity brother kind of thing when he was in college. And so now that he's doing his graduate studies, he's like, you know, very, very into school. He's doing theoretical mathematics. So this girl that he's been dating over the summer, things have been going pretty good. Dad is really involved. So he's been scrutinizing her. He's been talking to her mom because she lives with her mom out there where she is. And then, so I was like, so is it getting serious? He was like, you know what? I actually hope so because of the fact that she hasn't been out there. Now, mind you, she has a degree in, I think she has a degree in computer science. So he did ask her, so what do you want to do with your degree? She said, well, it depends. I mean, if I get married, I want to be a housewife. And she was just really adamant about it. And he was like, you know what? I like this girl because she has the smarts to do something else if she wanted to, but she's so dedicated to my son and she's very analytical and she keeps him calm that he actually thinks that it would work. So he's like really excited. So the whole family's like super, super happy about these two getting together. So that's just like a young people's anecdote that I wanted to share with you guys. So his son is
I'm even
20
happy too, and I'm not even in your family.
So his son going into the PhD program, he just turned 22 and she's 20. And so this is like, you know, when you do things from the very beginning the right way, or when you do things with the intention of trying to do things the right way, you know, it kind of works out a little bit better. Like I see people in the chat, just they don't really understand what we're talking about. And one guy said that we're out of touch. I'm like, no, we just grew up in a different way. Like I hear all these stories and I hear this word called struggle love. Like, think about what if you didn't have to go through struggle love because you just did things differently? Then you would be having conversations like we're having right now, and we wouldn't sound so foreign. Just saying.
Yeah. My 22-year-old daughter just texted me right when you said she's 22. I have a 22-year-old daughter. She's engaged. She doesn't have any kids. She's really like, you know, very put together, very responsible. I guess I wouldn't encourage her though if she had gotten engaged young and met this awesome guy. I don't know if she was still living at my house at like 27 and had never had a job. I don't think I would encourage that. I think that would be awesome.
But Blue Jay, that's why it's important. Let me read these super chats first. Arnold with the $5 super chat says, ever notice how Black conservatives run from ethnic issues? Because that reminds them that they are not white. Arnold, I just don't understand. I don't know
what is wrong with him.
He's sending over nice super chats. I just don't know what he said. Mary's
allow him.
Says,
he just sound that salty.
You can't let him off the hook once she was back in the house. When he went along with the lie, he lost me. Now, wait a minute, Blue Jay, and I got a insecurity boss. Don't you guys think that it is up to, since men are the masters and commanders of this planet, and I talked about entropy earlier, you know, everything is in a constant state of destruction or decay. That's why you constantly see men fixing the roads, fixing the bridges, fixing this, fixing that, because everything will decay at one point. It's like when it comes to relationships, it's like we don't practice some sort of risk management or quality control. In my opinion, a woman that is 27 still living at home, if she's not married, it's because of the men in the society. It's because the men are playing around. Security boss, Roz, Nina, Japrice, Blue. I went to college. I partied. I slept with a lot of females. A lot of them were mud ducks. I ain't gonna lie to you. The Black boys on campus were playing. All the girls that we could have got on our knees and married, we didn't. We played. And what's a woman supposed to do if the dudes aren't marrying them? So, in my opinion, you gotta have to, from the way I look at it is that you gotta blame the men in the society. So if that woman is 27 at home, it's because some guy didn't marry her when she was 19, 20, 21, because the men were playing. We ask women to marry us. Women don't ask men. It's weird. Right. If a woman said, you know, chaotic, can I marry you? Like, no.
But women are like putting themselves in a position that a man wants to marry them. Sorry? But women have a certain quality or characteristics, or even if they're pretty or whatever, something makes men want to marry them. So it's not only one-sided. Some women are going to be more likely to get married than others, maybe based on a lot of factors, maybe even their personality. Obviously looks can be a factor, but I think it's more than that. I think it's like I don't know what it is. There's a certain
Blue Jay. You listen, it's if a woman has a bad personality, it is because somewhere down the line, a man has not corrected it. A father, uncle. I know, security boss, you're looking at me crazy, but it's the truth. A man has to say, babe, like if you have an awkward daughter, you know, when I was growing up, we called awkward girls tomboys.
Tomboys.
Tomboys. So when I was a kid, we didn't think nothing of, why is this girl playing with us? We just thought she was a cool girl, but she didn't have a father. Oh, I'm sorry. Tomboys had fathers, but no mothers. So the father allowed his daughter to befriend boys instead of saying, you know what, the girl doesn't really have a mother around. Let me get her into some sort of class, like what do they call them back in the day? Like etiquette class. But a man is not going to think about that. But see, that's what I would think, because I wouldn't want my daughter out there playing basketball with no dudes. No, because God didn't make your hands for a basketball. He didn't make your hands to catch footballs playing roughhousing with boys.
I don't know.
He made your hands delicate to being wives, and that's why you got a lot of tomboys out. I think the WNBA is nothing but girls who are just tomboys who weren't taught femininity. So I think that a woman's personality is shaped around what men want. And maybe it's up to men. Go ahead, Blue Jay. What you say?
Yeah. I was just saying, by the time you get that far professionally, maybe that's just like kind of more your personality. But my daughter played in high school basketball. She's 5'10", she had long hair, pretty. She didn't try to pursue after, but she had a boyfriend, like this real cute boyfriend. I don't think all girls play basketball. I mean, I tried to put her in every sport available when she was little, and she didn't like to dance. I was always a dancer, so I was like, she had zero. So I just let her, do what she wanted to do, and that's what she liked to do. And she's good at it because she's 5'10", and I'm like 5'4".
Good at what again? We could barely hear. She was good at what?
Oh, sorry. I gotta get it. Maybe I just don't know.
Blue Jay, do you have a laptop you can go in front of or something? You got a laptop or something?
No, it's like I can't find my cord because I just moved. Is that still quiet?
It's kind of like choppy. Hold on, let me read the super chat real quick. Marriage, Politics, and Sports says, damn, chaotic. You got one right. Fathers are responsible. Fathers now need to set up arranged marriages for their daughters from vetted network of couples. Now, security boss, it sounds like, or it looks like you were beginning to agree with me on some of my talking points. Go ahead.
Well, in my lifetime have considered myself a tomboy here and there, but I had a mother.
Okay.
I had a mother and a father in the same home, but I had my dad was in my life a lot as a child, but it came a time around 13, I think, 13 or 14 years old, where he kind of gave me back to my mom. So I don't know about that growing up.
You grew up in a nuclear family.
I did. No, I did. But when I say gave back.
Oh, okay, I got you.
He had less of an influence. Like when I was a child, we did t-ball, softball, sports, mini bikes, go-karts, bleeding breaks. I did all that with my dad. I absolutely did. I did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No. And you also probably fought boys too, didn't you?
No, but I wasn't scared of anybody. I didn't fight at all. I just wasn't scared of anybody. Yeah, I wasn't. I used to threaten people, but I never was. But I was that kid that had like everything because I did have that nuclear family. But what happened, like I said, around 13 or 14, he kind of gave me back to my mom, meaning he kind of like fell back. And then I took over what my mom had to offer. And she was like a sadiddy titty like lady. You know what I mean? So at about 19, I decided the kind of woman that I was going to be. So because I got it from both of them, I figured it out. So I don't totally agree with what you're saying as far as, well, I do agree that men should play a large role. And I think it's something that's kind of innately in us, no matter what. Like we kind of want our husbands to be like our dads in some way. So whether they say, let me choose him or pick him for you, it's kind of something that we do automatically, good and bad, or good or bad. We kind of just bring things out that we're used to if we grew up that way.
I'm going to give an extreme example, and you gave a great point, talking point, security boss. When Blue Jay spoke about personalities with women, and ladies, please forgive me, your personalities are pretty much largely shaped by the society in which men create. If this was the Soviet Union, you guys would be, like how Eastern Europe, you would have that rough and rugged Eastern European culture. If this was, I don't want to say this word because this is my channel, but if this was 1939 between 1945 Germany, you guys wouldn't think two shits about being married to a blank officer.
Right.
And you
Well, you know, my family can relate to that one.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that your personalities a lot of the times are really based on what men have created. So we live in a very woke little pushover society now. But if this was like 1950s, you guys would have on, you know, smocks, cleaning a kitchen, because that would just be what men require you to do. But see, men are soft and simps now, and they won't say what I say, that you should be in the kitchen. But what I'm saying is that a man is to mold a woman, but it starts as a child. See, you can't mold a 30-year-old chick. It's a wrap. But a child, a little girl, you got to tell her, hey, man, no, sweetheart, this is not. When I was security boss, I told the story before on my panel. When I was teaching, the kids take what is called the OGT, which is the Ohio State exam, whatever, state test. And I was teaching at a charter school, and the kids came in on Saturday for tutoring. The girls were just standing there chilling, and the boys, you know, we're playing basketball before classes start. So the silly little principal comes over to me and says, "Oh, Mr. Chaotic." They didn't call me chaotic. Why aren't the girls playing? I said, "The girls playing? Well, no, it was in the auditorium. So, you know, the auditorium is the theater, and it's a kitchen in the back where the kids can eat." I said, "Why don't you take the girls to the back and show them how to use utensils?" She looked at me like I was crazy. And it's because little girls are not supposed to play with boys. They're not. So you're pretty much teaching them to be boys. They're not boys. And that's why our society is so jacked up now. Because girls are prissy. Their little fingers are not supposed to catch balls, you know, footballs and wrestle with boys. No. And I think that's what happened. Go ahead, Roger. You want to say something?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, as a former tomboy, I completely agree with you. I played football with the boys. I played basketball with the boys. But my dad was the quarterback for both teams, and he was out there playing. My dad also taught me how to act as a woman in this world. Like as a kid, I had the thought that I could grow up, have a baby, not get married, and do it all on my own. My dad said, "No, Tay, that's not what you're going to do. That's not what women do." I wanted to cut my hair short. He told me that women are supposed to have long hair. I was always the person who felt like I could do a truck driving job, or whatever a man could do, I could do. My dad would always reiterate, regardless of if you can do that or not, you are a woman and you're not going to do that. You need to do this. You should think about this. He taught me how to communicate with men, how to be agreeable and everything. My mom more so was get out there, go to college, get the bag, have yourself set up, and all of that. And later in life, I realized that those things aren't really important to a man. So what my daddy was telling me, I completely valued that. And it's ironic that you're talking about this today, because I told him 2 days ago, thank you for everything you taught me. Thank you for teaching me how to be a woman. And I hate to say that he's a masculine man, but he basically taught me how to present my femininity to a man, because he knows what men were looking for and how men wanted to receive it.
See, when I was in school, thank you so much, Roz. Japrice, are you still there? When I was in school,
yes, I'm still here.
It was nothing for a guy like me and other guys to sleep around. Hey, I'm sleeping around having a good old time. I'm not emotionally attached to none of these broads. But see, and this is why I'm older now, and I'm so glad I appreciate my experiences, so I could tell young Negroes, what you are doing is a very dangerous thing. These females are not like you. They don't have the same brain as you. You're a man. Women are highly emotional. That girl, you might be sleeping with her. She may think y'all are in a relationship. And that's why I think that girl Carlee went crazy. And that's why a lot of men need to stop doing this. Now, I know it's the kettle calling the thing black or whatever. I'm being hypocrite, because I was having promiscuous sex. I ain't gonna lie to you. Getting promiscuous coochie. But I never realized why this girl was attacking me in her dorm.
Right.
There was a girl when I was in college. There was this girl from Zimbabwe. She was sleeping with a member of Omega Psi Phi. I don't know what she was thinking, but she went to the Q house, shot the house up, boom, 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 and blew her brains out. Because, yeah, it happened in 2009, I think. And what I'm saying is that the woman's brain, and please forgive me, guys, and I said this earlier, it's childlike. And what I mean by childlike, security boss, emotional, illogical, reacts on emotion. Where men, we're more logical thinking. That's why we control the planet. And so what I'm saying is that maybe that's what happened with Carlee. That boy, he's sleeping with her. He telling her like, yeah, baby, we together. You know, she's really thinking like, oh, wow, I have a boyfriend. He's good looking. He's this. And all the while he's sleeping around, having a good old time.
But chaotic is deeper than that.
It's deeper than that.
Yes. What you're actually saying is sex is a very spiritual thing.
Yeah.
That's why the women lose their minds. It's a spiritual thing. When they take on, or when we have this oneness with these men, and these women are in this total submissive position, you know, the one that they never say they want to be in. Mm-hmm. But when you're having sex, you're very much submitting because you are a receiver. So you're actually receiving everything that man has to offer and more.
Yeah.
So this is what actually the chemicals and things that are released is what makes a woman get out of her mind or lose her brain or whatever the situation is. This is why women should preserve themselves. That's why in our history, having sex with a woman was marriage. And then the daddy would go hunt you down. And if you wouldn't ask that woman to marry you, then you would have a problem. Yeah. So that is actually what's going on. It's a bond. The bond is being created. Okay. Now, he must have been extra special because he created an extra special bond. Yeah. And that's just reality. But do younger men, I mean, I don't know if that is being taught with men that, you know, you're bonding with this woman. This bond is something that is very emotional. Women have a tendency, they can't break that bond. It's there. It's for real. It's all through up in here. It's all in you. So, you know, that we do play games with that. We do think it's just random. We do do reckless things. So that's actually the outcome to that.
Do you think, Roscoe, you haven't really said a lot though. And Savage says, don't you dare call yourself a man. You have been rejected. Roscoe, go ahead.
I mean, I think that men are supposed to do what they do. I think that guys grow up, they have sex, they figure out how their life is going to be, they get jobs and all those things. And if they're seeking a woman, they're trying to make themselves presentable and able to provide for that woman. And if they're not ready to do that, then they most likely are not going to pick this woman for marriage, but they'll pick you to sleep with you. So I think that accountability comes on a woman. Like, these guys can go out there and do that, but what's expected of a woman is not to receive every, you know, penis that's out there for the taking. And you're also supposed to have a level of emotional control. That's what makes this woman great, because she can control her emotions as well. So I think that in Carlee's case, she lacked emotional regulation. I think that she was stigmatized. I think that she didn't understand that she was being played. And because she wasn't married, and because she wasn't in a monogamous relationship that was serious, she should have went and talk to her dad about that. And I will never forget the day that I was crying about a man to my dad. My dad told me it'd take 14 days. You got 14 days to cry over him, and we won't talk about it anymore. And that's how I've lived my life. Just like that. I got 14 days, but that came from my dad. I wasn't taking nothing in from that man, wasn't having sex with him. But, you know, everyone doesn't have that. When this story first came out, I said that her parents were to blame. Her parents were to blame for letting her lie, for condoning the lie. And it shows that growing up, she was probably the cute child, the amazing child who lied and was sassy and said all of this, and they condoned it all. And because of that, she's in this situation that she's in, where she felt like she can lie to the world and she would be saved. That's just what I feel about it.
Tatum with the $5 super chat says, CT, when you slept around, did you care about the women or what you was getting from the women? Keep it real. I was just getting 2 a.m. coochie. I was drunk. I mean, come on, man. It was a part of the damn, it was like getting Taco Bell after getting drunk. Big Ant with the $10 super chat. What chaotic? Are you saying you drove someone to exit the earth? No, that happened to me. It happened to a person that I went to school with. No, I had only talked to her a couple of times. Average with the $2 super chat says you can vote and go to school. You can work. Okay. Can I tell you guys a story real quick? And this is why I say, even with, and guys, please forgive me, even with ugly ones. Now, I was sleeping with this ugly chick in college. If Blue Cousin's in the chat, he knows who I'm talking about. That's my best friend. I was sleeping with this hideous chick. She was, and I don't like calling people ugly because God knows I'm not Morris Chestnut. But this girl on the scale of 1 to 10 was like a -2. But I was just, she was terrible looking. She was a guy. Ooh, almost never mind. Anyway, I was sleeping with this girl, and I may have slept with her like twice. She was about 5 foot tall. She looked like, man, probably like Precious. Nah, man, Precious looked like a dime compared to her. But anyway, come graduation, I happened to see her. I went to a big school, so I happened to see her right. So before you walk out, you have to like get to your college and whatever college you're graduating with, like arts and science, school of technology, whatever. So I happened to see her. I hadn't seen this girl like in a year and a half because the university is big. I said, "Hey, I see you graduating." You know what she said to me, SB? She said, "Fuck you." And it was a nasty fuck you too. Like she had been thinking about saying that for a year and a half to me. And I'm like, damn, I just thought we were just playing. I just thought we were playing. I thought that we were just having fun. See, black man playing, sleeping around. And I didn't know that this girl had this vitriol for me. And I said, damn, so crazy. What if that chick saw me walking around campus and hit me with her car? What if that's what I'm saying, man? Like you never know. Would you say, Rob?
You would have been a Lifetime movie for real.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, man. I really believe that you gotta start blaming the dudes because men have to be more responsible of where we're sticking, Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. What are you blaming them for?
Because the thing of the matter is that men nature is tough. Nature is hard. And men are always held to a level of responsibility that children and women are not held to. I knew that I didn't want to be with this girl. I knew that this was just a girl that I would go to her dorm after like a little fraternity party and just smash. I knew I didn't want to do anything with this girl, but this girl who was not attractive, was not anything, she probably was like, damn, I finally have somebody who likes me. And all I was doing was just sleeping with her. And it messed her brain up when I stopped talking to her. And when she saw me, that FU was like, it was nasty, security boss. It was fuck you. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay. I just went to my chair. Yeah.
I definitely think it's justified. I actually hit a man with my car in college.
I did a story about that.
Oh my God.
I was dating a dude. We were sleeping together. We were dating. I had met his parents and everything. We both were on a basketball team. After the basketball game, the parents were walking with another girl. I didn't know that was his girlfriend. So he went over to her and I was standing off on the side. I was very hurt. I could not believe that the parents would indulge in this behavior with him. Yep. And as a result, I saw him walking by the tennis courts while I was coming to school, and I basically bumped him into the tennis gates. Then I left the car there and I got out the car and I ran, and then I commenced to do other things that involved, like his parents' property and everything, because I was totally emotional and out of control. Now, looking back, I think that I should have contained myself and understood that people can do very well what they want to do. But for me, I was not able to handle that, and I hit him with my car.
Okay, so chaotic. I think what you're saying is this.
Oh my God.
I think we need to be more responsible growing up, meaning that your elders, your fathers and your mothers or what have you, we need to explain to our children, the next generations, we need to instill some type of value. Some type of value in them to let them know that tell the story that Roz just told, because it ended good for Roz, but that particular story could go to the left really,
Or
really
just
bad.
like the story with the girl from Africa.
Right,
She could have
right.
killed somebody in that
Yes.
house that day. Luckily, them Negroes weren't there with them gold boots on. Go ahead.
Right. So we have to figure out a way how to, I'm talking to women, to instill value in women and let them know how valuable their femininity and their vagina and their virtue really is, so they'll know not to just give it away. Or,
Exactly.
there's not a need to just give it away, and how it works mentally, how, they're created for a purpose of a helpmate and to procreate. And that's about it. I mean, we can have all types of careers. I'm not saying y'all can't do and be smart and be whatever you want to be, but there is still purpose for a woman. And once we deviate from the purpose, then we are in a very cloudy space. Now,
Yes.
typically for a man, that is not the story that y'all are being taught. Y'all. So CT, this gonna have to start with you, I guess. I don't know, but men also don't know how valuable they are. Now, those stories you just told would give someone an example of how powerful you are. But when someone says, hey, you've been given dominion over all things, it doesn't resonate the way that it should.
Yeah, I get you.
That's powerful.
Big Ant says, hi, SB, security boss. Can you help Chaotic tell the truth about sleeping with all these women? No, Big Ant, you've done it. Most men have done it. You're sleeping with all these women, and you never know the mental state that these women are already in. The working a job, the children probably that they have. And they may think that you're, hey, man, that guy likes me. And, you just, hey, man, this is just like getting Taco Bell at 2 a.m. from a dude's perspective. And I'm telling you, I think that's what happened with Carlee. And I think that's what happens with a lot of women. And a lot of men won't admit this. See, I'm admitting it because I'm the Negro whisperer and the chaotic truth. But you got to blame men. We are responsible.
But what are you blaming them for? For not knowing, for being irresponsible?
It does not matter. It's. Let me ask you a question. What is it in law? Me and you are both in law. What is it in law? Ignorance of the law is no. What do we?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Ignorance of the law
there's no excuse.
There's no excuse, right?
Right.
So it's just like with relationships. You are a man. Figure it out. And now that I'm older, I'm gonna tell my son, hey, listen. That girl looks like Precious. I know you want some coochie at 2 a.m. in the morning, but that girl might be infatuated with you, and you might end up like how that dude ended up with Roz's girl.
But CT, that's the goal.
Running
the goal
down
is
with a car. Come on, that's crazy shit.
But that's the goal. The goal is to get older, to gain the wisdom and the knowledge, so you can tell somebody that's coming behind you. You've reached that, so you're here now. We just got to tell everybody else. But if you never told anyone and you continue to bask in your follies or whatever, then nobody will know.
Savage with the $5 super chat says the truth comes out. We are all lowlifes. You hit someone with a car and you judge me. Oh my God. With Savage doesn't understand it, Rob's girl. Men are held to a different standard. Had that been Savage or me running down some female,
you're in jail for life.
We would just be getting out the penitentiary.
I don't know. Roz was supposed to go to jail too, y'all.
I was.
The whole car. It was a car.
I did everything.
Team, right?
It was a car.
I got kicked off the team. I had to go home. I even burnt the Bible that was gifted to him from his grandparents and everything. I did a lot. I probably should have been in jail. But I was 18.
But see, security boss, this goes back to what I said earlier. Because society knows that there are double standards. Women are not held accountable, and they shouldn't be.
No, that's not true.
I agree.
I don't think that's true.
Okay, Japrice, all I'm saying is that if a man commits a crime and a woman commits a crime, we know that a man's going to serve 3 times longer than a woman. Because society doesn't really want women in prison. Let's be honest.
Listen. I don't think what the young lady did, I don't see her as an outright criminal for what I know right now.
But had it been a dude, would you see a dude as a criminal?
No, I wouldn't, because I would actually use both of them, either one, as an example. Now, I would do something totally different, but I know people don't get what I'm saying. But I would find a way to take them off of social media, to take away their internet access, to put them somewhere where they have no idea of what's going on in reality, and just make them live with themselves. And like you said, come into the knowledge of what's real. Just come into the knowledge of what's real, and like what you're finding out or what you're trying to give an example of. This is what I think would be a better example.
Tatum with the $2 super chat. I had totally forgot about this. For anybody who's real young, you wouldn't know who Left Eye is or Andre Rison.
Oh yeah.
Listen, Andre Rison was a premier NFL player, could have any woman he wanted. When he dated Left Eye, come on. She had to have known that this dude was kicking it with other chicks. Listen, Left Eye was a beautiful female. But 5 foot, come on, man. Not to say that she wasn't ugly at all, but Andre Rison could get supermodels. That's how live he was. He was hanging with Dion. They were friends. And what happened, security boss? What happened, Roz? She burnt that
house on house.
She forgot that she had already burnt up one, right? And then she got another one and didn't realize it was different material.
but listen. Why didn't she go to the penitentiary?
She did not do jail time. I don't remember that.
She didn't do jail time because she's a woman and society knows that women are not like men. Had Andre Rison burnt her mansion, I don't think she had a mansion, but
But she did something, didn't she? Didn't she do something? I can remember her being in court.
I thought she did go to jail. I
No,
thought
she
she
did.
did.
They didn't have her.
No, she got arrested, but she didn't go to jail.
She didn't go to prison.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought she left and went on a sabbatical to get her mind right, and then after that,
Dr. Sebi,
But they locked her up into the court date. Is that what it was? Because I remember her being in a courtroom. I remember them doing something with her. I don't recall.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because she had on like a brown pantsuit or something like that. I think.
Left Eye received. Okay, so Left Eye received 5 years probation. But had that had been me burning down some chick's house, I would just now be getting out the penitentiary.
Yeah, probably.
And that's what I'm saying. Society has an understanding. Hey man, women can't be held accountable, and I agree with that. And I've always have. We don't want pretty girls in prison. Let's be honest. Left Eye was a pretty girl. We don't want her. She's not supposed to be in jail. And Andre Rison, he should have known better. Why did he keep dragging that girl along? Because he was being manipulative. And I know you got a security boss. I don't know why you're not admitting this, but he was, and you know it. You grew up in that era. You know.
I know that. Listen,
I had supermodels, man. He know that he knew that.
I think the part that we're missing. Okay. I think the part that we're missing is the fact that she believed in him. And I think that's the part that men don't understand is women, we believe in men. The men that we love and care about, we actually believe in you. And
Yes, indeed.
But security the problem is, and I gotta call out Andre Rison. And please forgive me, because I actually like Andre Rison. He knew he was manipulating her. He knew it was like, let's be honest, man. The dude looks good. He's 6'1", superstar athlete. He can get any female he wants, really, in the 90s. He was dragging that girl along. Let's be honest. And I gotta say this, he's the reason why his mansion was burnt down to the ground.
So you're saying there's no benefit to being the number one?
She probably thought she was number one. He knew that she wasn't number one because go ahead.
But she was number one. She was the one who had the key to the mansion. She was the one.
Okay.
All those others were side chicks. If they, those were side chicks. She had the key to the mansion. Are you saying that?
I bet
this is just what we're doing now. He was a high earning man. He had options.
Whether she had the keys to the mansion, I bet you the side chick looked like Naomi Campbell. I bet she was 5'10", super slender, and looked way better than Left Eye.
But you know what, CT? That Naomi Campbell might not have wanted to deal with him on a daily basis. That's why he needed the Left Eye. But at the same time, I think that it's different now in 2023. But maybe back then, when Left Eye was setting things on fire, the expectation was that it wasn't by default that you were going to have to share your man just because he was wealthy. Like that was just something that suburban people did. Husbands had basically permission to cheat. Whereas, when you have a very out in public relationship, she was probably coming from a mindset that this is me and him. Yeah. And like you said, SB, she had the keys to the mansion. So it should have been just the two of them. Her mindset could have been like completely different than, you know, Hollywood and mainstream, which is like the models that he's dating. They don't care if they're number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. They're just there for the party. Where she was probably trying to be wifey to him. So that's why it hurt her so bad. I think if men are not ready to commit, they should just stop getting with the good girls, because you are making good girls into monsters. If you want to just deal with the party chicks, just deal with the party chicks. But then don't complain about modern women either, because that's all your value is worth, is modern women.
I don't know for sure, but I'm hearing from young men that they're telling the absolute truth now, and it really doesn't matter. So whether they're very honest or whether they don't say anything at all, the outcome is the same.
And you know what, SB, I think because we've gone too far into this rabbit hole, that the women have as many filters on their brain as they have on their Instagram photos. So that's where I think we are.
Tatum says, I'm an ex-ball player. Believe me, they know you have other women, but they want the clout. Savage says, I have to stop funding Chaotic Truth. I'm going to start funding the poor people in Cleveland. Come on, man. Let the ladies have a panel for once, man. Damn. Japrice, you've been quiet over there for a minute. Have you ever burnt down anybody's home back before you were married? Keep it real.
No, but I haven't burnt down. But I was trying to chime in a little bit. Like, so I have a brother that's 3 years younger than me. So we were raised, of course, in the same house. But my parents almost let him do a little bit more than I could ever do growing up. I couldn't have a boyfriend, but my brother, he could have girlfriends. I've always thought that, like, you know, men or young boys needed to practice until they, you know, get, of course, like, not practice on like good girls, but practice on, like, I don't know, whores, so that, you know, they can get it out of their system. I don't know, but I had one boyfriend. I wasn't really supposed to have a boyfriend. I was 17. I was just graduated high school, and he broke up with me. And I remember screaming and punching the floor, and my parents were looking at me like I can see it all. Like I was punching the floor, saying that I'm gonna F him up. Oh my God, that's so embarrassing.
How old were you at the time?
But I was 17. I was like my first boyfriend ever. My parents didn't know that, like, I liked this guy. They didn't know of him because he came over like one time, and of course we were in the living room, and they never, I mean, of course they probably knew that we were like boyfriend and girlfriend, but they never called him my boyfriend. And I remember he broke up with me, and I was punching the floor. We had wood floors, saying I'm gonna F. I was in the kitchen on the floor, and they were just staring at me. They didn't say nothing. I don't even remember what, like, I was punching the floor saying I'm gonna F him up. I said the whole word. And then, like, the next day, my parents sat me down in the living room and was like, what was that all about? And I had to, of course, come clean and tell them. And I remember my dad saying that you don't need a boyfriend, like a boyfriend and girlfriend are for practice, and you should just wait. You know, you don't need, like, you know, boys are not serious at this very age. And that's all I remember. But my brother, he could have girls over. But I couldn't have. Of course, I didn't really want boys, but just looking back, we were definitely I guess the double standard for boys is a little bit different than it is for girls.
Japrice, when I was in high school, I had like 4 girlfriends. I remember girls who said, "I don't want to talk to you anymore."
That's what I'm gonna say. Like, okay. I don't think that boys get taught the same thing. Like, you can't do this, you can't do that. This is not a good look. But us girls, my mom and dad, of course, I couldn't do the things so that's why I always thought, okay, you know, guys need to practice or something on girls, or I don't know.
I think with me having 2 brothers, the presumption was that if they had girlfriends, no one in my family was taking them serious at that age. So those are the kind of girls that we knew would never be part of our family anyway. So my family, I admit this, they had their nose stuck up in the air a lot. And so my brothers, when we were younger, just playing around with these chicks, back then it was just like, yeah, they're basically whores, but, you know, family was really polite about it. So yeah, that was a double standard when it came to that. But the girls, you know, they judge those girls that were willing to do it with my brother. So think about that.
Big Ant with the $10 super chat says, that's a bunch of BS. I can, the perfect person. But if you are lacking missing bricks in your, guys, you gotta write proper. And I can't, what? It's no capital T, improper grammar. I can barely, where's the comma at? Okay, let's do this again. That's a bunch of BS, comma. I can, the person, Big Ant, you know I rock with you, man, but come on, man. Are you playing a pickup game while you're texting? But if you're lacking missing bricks in your life's foundation and you a failure to better yourself, then the relationship is doomed from the start with no period. Guys, if you want to come on the panel, please do. I know you guys have been patiently waiting. Ladies, do you mind if some guys come on the panel? I know how guys can be on the panel.
No, but you already know when the sausage.
No, I'm not gonna let that one person up.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not coming up. He's done for today.
Cool.
So security boss, after hearing all of us, do you kind of agree now that maybe it's the men's fault?
Well, I'm still going to ask the same question. What are you blaming them for?
Let me ask you a question.
I mean, it's the same as a woman. It's the same as a woman.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? If a 10-year-old or 11-year-old throws a brick at the neighbor's house and busts the window, who's to blame?
The 10-year-old, if they throw a brick and bust the neighbor's window. Right? That's what you said, right?
Yeah, I know, but you know damn well the neighbor is going to want compensation from the parents. You know they.
Oh, you mean, of course.
The neighbor's going to say y'all need to raise him better because the expectation is that children are stupid. They're dumb. They're kids. Their brains are developing. So women are like that to a lot of men, and it's like we can't. It's like we don't hold you guys accountable a lot of times. Again, the sentencing guidelines, when women are sentenced in prison, in terms of court, you can see it clearly that women aren't really held accountable for a lot.
Okay.
Even with Carlee, oh, she's mentally ill, she's this, she's that. Let a man had did that hoax. Come on, stop it. But I get what you're saying.
Chaotic. Listen, I think that women actually mature faster or earlier than men.
I agree.
So if we're saying that you're holding the men responsible for the fact that they are having consensual sex with women, I can't say that they're more responsible than the woman that is allowing that sex to happen, because we both have a responsibility to learn what sex can do to us as men and as women. Now, if it's a woman that's been taught from her mother or her mother and father that she should preserve herself, then she gets kudos. She'll probably make it out the situation very well. If there's a man that's been taught by his dad or his uncles that, hey, the more you bust down, the better man you are, then he probably won't fare out too well. But should I make him more responsible because he found a woman that didn't learn and he didn't learn properly also? Or should I say that they're on an even playing field?
It's hard for me to answer that.
But SB, isn't that how the cycle just continues and continues? Someone's going to have to crack the eggs, no?
I mean, I agree with it. That's why I'm here and I always speak to women about it. But now today's woman, and I'm going to use the term that I heard you all use, modern women, they're marching and speaking on being equal so much that there's no vulnerability there. There's no lacking. They know everything. They are sexually liberated. So how can I break the egg of sexual liberation? They know more than the man. They actually think that they're in control with their box, not knowing that their syphilis rates are up 30% in Texas and their ability to have children. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense. So it's just, like you said, it's a continuous circle, but there are some that get off the little wheel and there are some that continue to roll on.
It just feels like someone or one gender is going to have to take control over at least closing their legs. I don't know which one. I know like women, in terms of like the dating market and loneliness, that's always an issue. And so I know the understanding now and I'm using air quotes over here, modern women is if they don't put out, they don't have a dinner date. So the expectation is they're always going to be having sex as part of the transaction. And then they're also told by these incels that these guys are lonely and they're not having sex, and that's how come they're so violent. Like, that was really weird to hear something like that. So then it makes women feel responsible for men's anger issues because they're not putting out. And it's not producing anything that's worthwhile either. So someone's going to be like, you know what? You're just going to have to sit in the crib and cry because you're not getting any pussy today.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, Chaotic.
No, go ahead. I was gonna wait.
I was just gonna say, I agree with what you're saying, but we have to, in other words, we have to go back to our corners and say, I have to do what's best for me as a woman. And as a woman, now not me, because I've been married for so long and I'm out of this thing, but as a woman, I think that you all would want to preserve yourself and your life and actually raise your standards and your values, because with doing that, you can attract a better man. You can attract the man that Chaotic is talking about, that has come into the idea or the knowing of, I can be this way. I don't have to continue to go through women. I can be wise in choosing a woman that can be with me forever. You can actually get to that point and attract a better man. So I would think women would want that for themselves. But until then, you keep playing the game. Men have nothing to lose, in my opinion.
If you had, okay, so this is for all the ladies on the panel. After hearing me, which, I can be extreme, if you had a niece that you knew was going to look like Tracy Morgan in the face, would you tell her, hey, listen, you don't sleep around, don't do all these things with men because you're going to get played? Would you tell her, you know who Tracy Morgan is, right? Security.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you had a niece who was going to look like Tracy Morgan in the face, or little cousin, would you keep it real with her, or just lie to her like a lot of people do with their?
No, I would tell her the truth, but just like these women here in your comment section, Tamika,
how would you tell her?
I would tell her to preserve herself, to raise her standards, understand who she is as a woman, as a wife, her value. I would instill value in her. I would let her know that it doesn't, sleeping with men don't give you value, and you don't have to be manipulated to give a man sex to be okay. You don't have to be like the next one. You could be a standout.
Okay. Security boss, same scenario. Your niece, she looks like Harriet Tubman in the face. She comes into the house. Shouldn't have said that. She comes into the house. The boyfriend, the supposed boyfriend, looks like 1990s Tyson Beckford. You know who Tyson Beckford is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Roger, I know you know who Tyson Beckford is, right?
Yeah.
Looks like 1990s Tyson Beckford. Pause. Very good looking guy, 6'3". Your niece looks like, again, Esther Rowe mixed with Harriet Tubman. Are you going to keep it real and say, hey, man, he ain't about to be with you? Would you keep it real with? Go ahead.
I would. I mean,
Really?
I don't even know why she would even think that you have to. Yeah, it's a real thing. I don't think Tyson would even try to talk to her, but you are the example of how, so okay. I would definitely, but you know what? Chaotic, that woman knew that you didn't want her. Seriously.
Who in college?
Yeah.
I think she really thought I liked her.
Okay, so then what is that saying about you?
I just wanted some cool. I didn't think nothing of it.
No, I'm talking about from her vantage point. She knew, we know who we are. We know what we're bringing. We know what we look like. We know if we need to work on ourselves. We know if we're, we know all these things.
Security boss, I'm not really a looker myself. I mean, maybe she was like, okay, he ugly, I'm ugly, But yeah, you just never know. I mean, I'm not Shamar Moore in the face,
Well,
so maybe she was.
We know our equivalents, though. We know our.
So maybe she was thinking that, hey, I was always popular, but in terms of looks, I don't know. Maybe she, maybe I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's been a big issue. That's been a big issue. Women not being able to being on the delusional side, not being able to accept what they actually can obtain. So,
Japrice, what say you? Your niece comes in. She's 4'11". She looks like Emmett Smith in the face. She comes in with a dude who looks like Tyson Beckford. Are you going to keep it real with her, or are you going to let her just go about her day?
Absolutely. I'm going to be honest with her and let her know first and foremost that she shouldn't be sleeping around and letting, giving her body to men that are not her husband. And this guy more than likely is not going to marry her. He's just sleeping with her. So yeah, absolutely. I would be honest
But if he looked like
That's
Gary,
as sweet as I can.
but if he looked like Gary Coleman, you
Oh,
would
God.
say, "Oh, okay, well, you guys are meant for each other." Keep it real.
Well, I would first and foremost tell her that she should wait until he marries her. But I wouldn't have a problem with her. Yeah.
Okay. Let me hear from Roz Girl. Roz Girl, what say you?
Whether he's good looking or not good looking, and she's good looking or not, I would tell the woman to always have standards and require something. A lot of times we take men just because they look good and they take us out, but you are supposed to have a man date you, court you, take you out, pay for food, buy you things, and you don't have to give up the box for that. So I definitely would tell her to have standards and require something of that man so that he can show her that he's into her. Yeah. And I wouldn't advise her to have sex, like I just wouldn't advise that. I mean, in my opinion, it's always the man has nothing to lose. He can walk away at any time. The woman's always stuck with the bastard child on the side of her, whether she loved that man or not. The world doesn't care if she loved that man because she still looks like a woman who let a man run through her. So I would just always tell her to require some standards for herself. Demand something.
Savage, go ahead, sir. You've been patiently waiting. Go ahead.
Oh, I have? Okay. I didn't realize I was patiently waiting. Why are we lying? Like, literally, why are we up here lying?
Who's lying? What are you talking about?
So you guys are talking about how men need to take care of women and pay for them. So you telling me any dude that ends up dating some chick that hits a dude with a
of course he's breaking up.
Your audio is out, man. I can't hear you.
Yeah, your audio's out.
Audio's out.
Savage, your audio is messing up a little bit.
Oh, well.
Savage, go ahead, sir. Can anybody hear him? I don't know.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear him either.
But chaotic, let me say this to you. Sure. I understand what you're saying, and it is very difficult to tell another young woman. You mentioned that was a relative. I could definitely share something with a relative, but I seen a young lady about 2 weeks ago at the car wash.
Okay.
And she was very inappropriate.
Okay.
And everything in me wanted to tell her that I wanted to some way give her a message that she was much better than what she was presenting herself.
Okay.
But I knew that she was not a woman that could handle that or wasn't able to receive something like that. So I had to just walk away from her. But, people were like laughing, looking at her and kind of laughing and jugging at her and everything. And I knew it, but I just had to just let it go because I knew she wasn't ready to receive that. Now I do run into things like that. So I do know that it's hard to tell a woman sometimes that.
Okay. Big Ant, thank you so much, security boss. Big Ant with the $10 super chat says, security boss, if your day, you mean daughter, Big Ant, came home with chaotic, would you tell her would you tell the truth? Oh my God. I don't know if SB wants to answer that, but Savage, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. You came in on 10. Go ahead.
Why are we lying?
Who's
lying?
So
women have the right to work. Women have the right to go to school. Women have all these rights, which traditionally women didn't have these rights. All right. Now you want to hold guys to a standard of being traditional men, but you want the guy to take care of you and he's buying a used car. So you're going to get your heart broken by hitting guys, run them over with cars, catching stuff on fire. You're going to be doing all this wild stuff because you just got your heart broken by this dude. And then you want the next guy to pay for you to prove himself to you. Crazy.
So hold on.
It doesn't change.
Hold on. Now, Savage came in with a lot of toxic masculinity. I think he wasn't hearing us from the get-go. It starts early in life, the conditioning of the woman by the man, particularly the father. So the woman will become, so when she's 23, she will be a woman of substance. I think Savage is missing that. But he came in already being toxic.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
And why are we lying? Let's not say that women get stuck with these bastard children. Most of these women don't want to give these bastard kids up. They use these kids as leverage. So let's not pretend like these women are just out here stuck, because that's not the majority here.
Well, I truly believe that if a woman is pregnant, it's her decision to have the child. But in my opinion, she should have that child, like, regardless. So,
Yeah.
it's a bastard child to the world because the father doesn't have to stay. But most times, many men don't say, "Oh, I'm gonna take care of that child and let you go do that." You see more women out here stuck with children and babies than you do men.
Yep.
Because that's the law.
No, because Savage, wait a minute. Now you came in, you're practicing toxic masculinity. Hold on for a second. It goes back to what I keep saying. Women wouldn't be single moms if men wouldn't play around.
You're right.
If men would stop playing. Marry. It's like what security boss said. Marry the woman that you're sleeping with. This would destroy the child support courts. Go ahead, Savage and Roscoe. Go ahead.
You're lying. You're lying because she's still going to divorce you and take your kids.
Again,
there's still
sir,
be child support court.
Again, that's why you have to properly vet not only her, but her entire family. If she does not come from a good family, it's no point of even breeding with her or marrying her. She has to come to a family where the mother will set her ass straight. The grandmother will set her ass straight. And these families do exist. You just have to find them as a man. You have to be a man. You have to be a man. Go ahead, Roz girl, and go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like every woman that you meet is not a slut. Some of them inherently have great values. They spend time with these men, and some of these men are just waiting for the chance to go in for the kill. They're conquering and they're trying to have a conquest. Once that conquest is over, that woman is out of there. But it doesn't change the fact that this woman is still a woman of value, and she was manipulated and treated horrible by this man. And when she goes to the next man, you will hope that she still has that about herself. Like, I don't understand what the lie is. Men are taught to go out here, get it, have sex, and sow their raw oats. Women are taught to be damsels in distress and wait for him to come so you can be that perfect partner for him. So I don't understand.
And yet none of you guys are virgins on your wedding night, so the hoeflation ain't adding up here, all right?
But our husband also isn't a virgin on the wedding night.
What the point of that is?
You
you weren't exactly a Christian until like a day ago, so don't try to play that hypocrite card right now.
So
go ahead, guys.
There's two things I want to mention. Marriage is still an option, and marriages there's a rate of 50-50, so you have a 50%. If you pour into your marriage and the woman that you marry, the man that you marry, it could be successful for you. The other thing is, when a woman tells you that she made a mistake or had sex before marriage, was sexually immoral, whatever the situation may be, but she no longer wants to live that way, that may not be the woman that you want to entertain. That takes nothing from you as a man. You could just move on to the next woman that's willing to be sexually liberated with you. But that woman who's decided that I am going to wait for the man that wants to marry me, that is a woman who now has decided that I want to have a virtuous life. I want to live my life of high moral standards. There's no reason for us to live in dysfunction all our entire life just to please another person. Because as women, we do not benefit from that. We do have these bastard children, or we do have 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we sometimes never end up with someone that values us enough to marry us. And that's the consequence for doing such things. So a woman doesn't need to involve herself in that. So like I said again, if the man doesn't see value in this woman or doesn't want to move on the standards or work with that woman, just move on to a next. Don't make her your problem. Don't worry about driving her car. Go down the street and get another one. There are a lot of them out there that haven't come into that knowledge.
Arnold with the $2 super chat says men don't want children to level white men.
To the level women do. That's what
the level women do. Oh,
yeah. So SB, someone said in the chat, but who is outside hot girl summer acting bad today? I think that kind of goes back to the original point in the topic of whatever, Savage, goes back to the topic of what CT was talking about. If these girls are acting out and being, 304s for Hot Girl Summer, it goes back to what CT was saying. Why are they like that? If you guys are complaining about these women's behavior, at the same time, you're not providing the structure for them to not behave this way.
Say it again, Nina.
So you could be as, wait, let me finish, because it's kind of becomes a conversation of what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Are the men incentivized to simp for whores, or are whores incentivized to be whores for men's attention? Which one is it? So somebody's going to have to make the change. And Savage, I don't understand what the point is of your super chat. Nina, you're just mad because you're mixed. I don't even understand what that has to do with the topic. We're talking about you men not having structure.
Nina, Savage is practicing toxic masculinity. In college, I've told this story before on my panel. There was a girl, I was really drunk this night, SB. I was wasted. There was this girl, she had on all this makeup. She had on these big, stupid, what are those things called? Like lashes, eyelashes or?
Lashes.
Yeah. Lashes. I walked over to her booth. She was with some silly girls. They were all looking like chickens. And I said, "You look like a peacock." I was just wasted. I said, "Why you got all that makeup?" When I was being The girl happened to know my sister from high school. This is a young girl. My sister said, "Hey, did you meet some girl at some spot on campus?" I was like, "Yeah." Do you know you made her cry?
Yeah.
After I saw that girl, she was dressed not modestly, but she changed her entire wardrobe because of what I said.
Yeah.
And what I have to say about this with Nina, the hot girl summer girls, all it takes is a few men to question these girls on their femininity. Hey, why you dressed like a whore? And I believe it starts with a mayor, the mayor of Miami. You know how you can stop all that madness that happened with all those girls? The mayor should say, all I saw was whores out there dancing. I bet you each and every last one of those black girls that were dancing like that or acting a fool during spring break, dressed half naked, I bet you they would be shamed to the point where they wouldn't want to come out looking like that. All it would take is for Barack Obama or somebody, a famous Negro, to call it like we see it. Hey, man, that's how whores dress. That's how prostitutes dress. Bill Cosby. Remember how Bill Cosby, he shamed males, and you had a lot of niggas walking around, man, I'm going to pull up my pants now because the Negro, I'm telling you, is emotional. You have to get into the Negro psyche. You got to.
But
your niggas are dressed like hoodlums. Man, I can't believe Bill Cosby said that. Then you will make the Negro change his wardrobe. See, I'm the Negro whisperer for a reason. Go ahead.
Nina, women are not under some mind control from a man. That's not the case. You have control over yourself and the things that you want to do.
How did it work for me, security boss?
It doesn't seem like it's security boss, respectfully. I mean, I've seen women just lose their minds just because they're that lonely and desperate for any guy that's going to give them attention. So I know good girls who started acting like complete hoes because they thought that would be more valuable to keep their phones busy on the weekend. And I'm like, who's talking to you? Who's talking you into doing this kind of stuff? And I'm talking about good, smart girls. Someone brought up in the chat, how are these women like very educated, good jobs, and still getting pumped and dumped by these hoodlums or whatever? It's because it's for attention. So something is going on with them. I mean, you could be book smart and emotionally dumb.
You gotta blame the men. I keep on saying
that's what we're talking about, Nina. That's them not having value in who they are. See, that's a negative. Listen, social media, Instagram, and all these things that we look at is very influential on women more so than men. So those people you're speaking of, they needed someone that was sound to come to them and say, listen, you need to unplug. You need to unplug from the social media. This OnlyFans or this Instagram or whatever it is that is has your mind is taken over. You're not thinking correctly. And she needed a friend, a good friend, or she needed her mom or dad, someone to tell her that the influences was what was taking her away. And you can't blame that on a man.
No, I'm not blaming it on a man, especially not a man that has the potential to be her counterpart. What I'm doing is I'm agreeing with what CT was saying with his case in terms of if she had men in her life that were never going to be dateable, like uncles, brothers, coaches, you know, that were males that she respected, she could have probably had a stronger emotional foundation for her to not be susceptible to this that happens to women when they get desperate for attention. That's what I mean. So the guy that's trying to smash, it's not his fault. It's definitely not his fault because he's just trying to seize the opportunity. He's supposed to go out there and conquer. But what I'm saying is that I finally get what CT was saying, that had she been reared with that structure, like I had my brothers, I had my uncles, I had my coaches, I even had my favorite male boss who treated me like a daughter. So they kept me away from a lot of riffraff, you see? So if women had more of that, as opposed to having a bunch of guy friends who secretly just want to smash them, they might make better decisions.
Yeah. I can agree with that. Definitely.
Barnabas, you've been patiently waiting. You've been making jokes about me. I'm pretty sure you're going to call in with your toxic masculinity as well. Go ahead, sir.
This might be the worst show you've ever had, honestly, CT. It might really be. If it was not for SBU Live, the only
I'm supposed
voice of at least 80% reason. Thank you, Mrs.
So
SBU Live.
let's hear from the almighty white person about how to fix the Black community. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me white explain. First off, I got some housekeeping to do. Okay, can we talk about Lisa Left Eye Lopez? And I'm not simping like you, but just for the record, I think the reason she got off was because if you listen to her tell the story, I think she like burned some Jordans or something in the tub. I don't think she was trying to burn down the house.
Right.
She was trying to like burn some article of clothing for some reason, and it just got out of control. Thankfully, no one died. Yeah, that's horrible. Next up, I mean, where can I even go from here? Let's talk about this man. What's more Americana than a young man and a car? Is that illegal? This is USA. Dude likes a hot rod. He wants a Charger or whatever it is. You say he dressed like a kid. He don't look like Tekashi 6ix9ine to me. He's wearing jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie. What is the problem? What are you doing? You're profiling because he's wearing a hoodie? At what age do you have to stop wearing tennis shoes? I'm old. Am I allowed to wear tennis shoes? That's why I like being white trash. I can just wear anything I want. No one talks. You ain't supposed to wear this. You ain't. No. You, CT, are so judgy with it. You like, what are you, the fashion police? You can't wear tennis shoes. You can't wear hoodies. Next up, let's talk about Carlee Russell. Let's talk about her. Let's talk about Carlee Russell. This man is committed to marrying her just because he tasted the goods. She had her chance. He smelt the crazy. And luckily, he jumped off that sinking ship. He probably stayed with her because every time he tried to break up with her, she's like, I'm going to kill myself. Bet. I bet. And he was just staying with her out of sympathy so she wouldn't kill herself. Dude's a hero. Dude saved her life. You're going to sit up here. Oh, you had a taste. Now you got to marry her. This man is 25 with a car and jeans. And let's go further. Let's go further. Let's talk about them. It's a damn shame the great St. Kevin Samuels is dead because he's the only one up here that could speak some sense into people. Look at Carlee Russell. Let's look at her objectively. She's pretty. She is attractive. She looks good. She's nice. Now let's look at this dude, Mr. Carlee Russell, whatever his name is. Let's be honest. The dude is way better looking than her. He's way out of her league. Yes or no? You call me gay, say sus, no homo, or what do they say now? Pause. He looks better than she does. And that's a fact. That is a fact. That's why you need Kevin Samuels up here telling these women, hey, sorry, you can't lock down a super high value or good looking man. I mean, I want to be like Leonardo DiCaprio. I want a new Victoria's Secret supermodel girlfriend that's 23 every 3 months until the end of time. But I can't pull that. And let's keep going. Let's pretend, CT, you have a daughter. And she looks like, who does she look like?
I said a mix between Harriet Tubman and Esther Rowe, which I
did they ever put her on a $50 bill? Wasn't that a thing?
If they do, I'm not touching that $20.
I ain't never seen one yet. Please, anyways.
Why not put Naomi Campbell on a $20 bill? Why not?
She's not American, right? FYI.
From Good Time.
Naomi Campbell's from England, I think, or Senegal, or who knows? Who cares?
Yeah.
Listen, what was I talking about here?
You kind of proved my point about the whole.
No.
Go ahead.
I was talking about that he looked better than her.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about. Then you got on to the whole.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Let's just say that I had a daughter.
Okay.
Just picture it. Probably not. You don't probably picture an attractive daughter.
Like Roseanne from the 90s.
Sure, that's what my daughter would look like. Got it. If my daughter somehow landed Brad Pitt, I mean, that's the equivalent, right? That's the equivalent of Tyson Beckford, right?
Yeah, that's the equivalent. Yeah.
Those are the good-looking dudes, right?
Pause, yeah.
Okay. If for some reason Brad Pitt wanted to use my daughter, what am I going to do? Sit her down? What's my daughter's name? Karen?
Yeah, Karen.
Karen, you're fat and you're ugly, and he's just using you. How does that conversation go? You can't tell him, and you don't have proof. Maybe she has some kind of skills. Maybe he's got some weird sexual proclivity that only your daughter does. There's always a chance, just as Sierra and Russell Wilson. There's always a chance. And guess what?
That's not a good comparison, dude.
No, it's not.
It totally isn't.
Yeah, that's not
okay. Well, there's always a chance that the ugly girl can end up with the good-looking guy. I know it's small. I know, but maybe. What you gonna do? Hey, daughter. I mean, that's good for her self-esteem. He's just using you because you're fat and you're ugly.
You don't say it like that.
Well, how do you say it? You just sugarcoat a turd? It's still the same turd underneath the frosting.
Oh my God.
If my daughter had a chance to have sex with Brad Pitt and he was going to use her up for a week, that would be the best week of her life, and I would not want to take that away from her.
And your daughter,
the heartbreak will be real. It will be hard. Hopefully, she don't end up like weed-addicted Roz girl, smashing up cars and burning down Bibles or whatever. Hopefully,
I'm better now. I am better now.
You can't tell me nothing. You're violent. You're up. # female black privilege. You're up here laughing. Oh, ha, ha, I tried to run a man over in a car. It's so funny.
No, I actually hit him with the car.
It'd be manslaughter. It'd be a thought crime manslaughter.
You guys are so upset with me hitting this man with this car.
You're goddamn right I am. You're a violent woman. You need to smoke more weed. I thought Rastafarians were peaceful.
Well, at that time, I was at that time.
Feel all right, everybody. Now.
At that time, I was not a Rastafarian. I was not as patient as I am now. I was not as emotionally controlled as I am now. I was 18. I was away from home, and I could do whatever.
Sounds like excuses for violence.
This man
Can you please mute this violent woman before she runs me over with the car?
Introduce me to his parents.
She's gonna run me over with the car. Make sure she smokes some weed. Take your little gummy bears on the plane. I mean,
this man did introduce me to his parents.
CT, you are a sellout. You are a horrible person, and you up here bragging. Oh, I got a high body count. Look at me. Look at me.
Bragging about that. I'm actually
okay when I do it. It's not okay when he does it.
But sir,
this man's 25 with the car, looking good, getting girls. What's the problem?
There is no problem.
Every girl gets used up in their life, even the good-looking ones. There's always a bigger fish.
There is no problem. There's accountability on both of them. He was a man who manipulated her, and from manipulating and playing with her, those are the consequences that came from it. And because she chose to go with him, whether he was still smashing other girls, and she saw that, her consequences were that her heart was going to get broken, and she didn't know how she was going to react. This is how she reacted, and the accountability is on her for what she did, and the accountability is on him for not respecting and valuing her, or telling her from the get-go what it was. No one is saying that it's okay. Men and women are not equal. Men and women date differently. They seek different things when they're dating each other. But the fact of the matter is, everyone still has accountability when you're in a relationship. How much you give to that person, how much you show to that person, your level of vulnerability, you're doing that for a reason. You're either capping it or containing it, but you still have to have some type of accountability for what happens in that relationship.
How is he using her? Maybe she manipulated him. They're consenting adults. What's the problem? That's the best she could get. It's a good-looking dude. He's not Tyson Beckford, but hey, that's a good one. That's a good notch on the bedpost. He manipulated her. Maybe she took advantage of him. You don't know. And maybe right from the jump, he's like, guess what? I'm 25. I got my Charger. I got my new Jordans, and I'm playing the field. And he could have said that. You don't know. And she could have been like, well, that's okay, as long as I can get me some. Or maybe she thought she had the magical, as SBU says, vagina that could cast a spell upon him and lock him down.
Hey, listen,
but she don't.
Hey, listen.
Maybe.
Hey, hold on. Listen, Caucasian. I'm about to sit up here and let you use your white technology on the black community. That boy needs to grow up. He needs to stop dressing like a goddamn kid. He needs to stop manipulating females and having sex with them. And that is the honest to God's truth, man. I used to be a 25-year-old black.
No, I hate to interrupt, but I'm just going to have to. What is wrong again with wearing at what age should I stop wearing jeans, tennis shoes, and a hoodie?
We're not talking about you. We're talking about black culture, sir. Hence the title. Come on, black culture.
Can you have a fashion episode like your friend? What should a man wear when he's 25 to be respectable?
Sir.
I mean, what should you wear?
Sir.
Those stupid-looking Italian cheetah slippers with no socks. You look like a gay Miami Vice from Italy. Is that what you're supposed to wear? Some penny loafers?
Sir.
Urkel? Sir. I'm serious. What should a 25-year-old man wear?
I mean, it's only so much that I'm going to allow for you to further destroy the black community with your liberalism.
This is the worst show you've ever had, CT. You've sold out so far that your wife has your testicles in her Gucci purse. Okay. You are a sellout to your sex, to your race, and to mankind, and you're selling out USA. A man wants a muscle car, and let's shame him for wearing jeans and sneakers? What is more American than muscle cars are invented in America, jeans were invented in America, tennis shoes were invented in America. There's nothing more American than that. I'm not savage. Oh, yeah, I'm savage red cousin.
I mean, okay, Barnabas.
You are an infiltrator from Russia. You're a Putin puppet.
So can I say something really quick? I just have a question. Savage, what would KS say about the young man's image?
What, Kevin Samuels?
Yeah.
Good one.
The truth is, I know that Kevin Samuels started as a channel talking about. Well, let's face it, Kevin Samuels, rest his soul. I mean, he had that style, right? So yeah, I'll be respectful. When he died with a woman. I was surprised, but that's the truth.
Right.
So his fashion sense is. I don't know what he would say about a man the way he dressed, Mrs. SBU. Honestly, because I only liked it when he was like telling these women, "Hey, just go for an average dude," because I'm an average dude. So it was like he's talking to me. So I don't know. Sorry, I don't have a good answer.
Blue Jay, you've been pretty quiet over there. What say you, Blue Jay, to this crazy man at the bottom of the screen? We can't hear you. What you say? Can anybody hear?
No.
I can't hear.
No.
Let me ask you.
What do you think about how he dressed? Because SBU, honestly, you're the only one making any sense up here. What do you think of his? What do you think? There's something wrong with? I saw a picture of him wearing tennis shoes, jeans, hoodie in front of a muscle car. It's like the most Americana picture I've ever seen. Do you think that it was inappropriate for a 25-year-old man? He looked stylish. He looked good.
No, I don't think it was inappropriate, but I think that our ladies need to know that a man that is carrying himself that way is not wanting to be someone's husband. So he doesn't have the image of an adult man that wants to be a husband. That's what I saw.
I would like to argue that, actually. I bet you if you get in his mind, what is the most beautiful woman on earth? I mean, can we just agree on something? Or do you have something in your mind, SBU?
No, I go with whatever you say. It's okay.
Let's pretend that some, I don't know, Victoria's Secret supermodel comes up to that man and says, "I love you. have my babies, let's get married. I bet you he gonna come on. Now I bet you he'll change his tune, whether he's wearing jeans or skinny jeans or tennis shoes or not.
Well,
she was just not that woman.
No, you may be absolutely right about that scenario you gave, but long term, a man that would actually fall for that would be a man that would be willing to be controlled by a woman and her beautiful face. So she would actually be controlling the situation, and men don't allow that to happen.
I feel like somehow you're trying to shame me, but you
know,
I'm
going with your scenario. I didn't say that.
No, you're doing a double-edged sword. You're slick. You're smart, and you know that I'm a little bit slow, and you're just trying to make a fool out of me. Listen,
I went with your scenario.
Fishing. Let's do this like to some redneck analogies here. If I go fishing, I'm looking for a big fish, right?
If who goes fishing, you as a man goes fishing, or vice versa?
This is an analogy for picking up women, right?
Okay.
You want a big fish, a good fish. You catch a lot of fish, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you catch the big one, you're like, wow, that's a great fish. Let me take it home and stuff it, put it over the fireplace forever until the day I die. You know, it's not like that fish manipulated me. It's more like, oh, I found what I was looking for, which is the big fish, aka Victoria's Secret supermodel or whatever your ideal attractive mate is.
Okay.
So I just want to put that out there. Blue Jay, you got some smoke for me or anything? You fix that mic? Hey, how's it going?
I think it's for. I got my AirPods now. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
No, I don't got smoke for you. It's just drive me crazy. Just always talking, and you have a lot to say, Barnabas. But you're cool. But you're just always dogging us women. So I don't know why. Yeah, you came up and you said, "Oh, this is the worst show you've ever had, except for SBU," which she is cool, but it's like, is it because it's all women today? I don't think we got it.
No, it's no. I'm not. It was all my vitriol is directed at CT.
Oh, okay.
The women,
but
you know, your guest, Rosgirl's violent. That was a scary story. I do admire her honesty. SBU was breaking through me with the words of wisdom there. Of course, Nina, nothing but love. It's just mainly CT is just fallen so far. He's such a sellout,
a little bit,
and it's horrible.
Okay,
CT
and a hypocrite.
Stuff, though. Have you guys heard the Krayshawn Left Eye song? That's so good.
No,
that's awesome. And Breakfast with 21 with 2 Chainz. I mean, so anyway, so
I don't listen to that kind of music. It makes my ears bleed. Sorry.
You never even heard it. You don't like Krayshawn?
I know who Krayshawn is. She did a song with
she's a girl.
Gucci Prada. Bitches say I wear that shit, but
Then she got punched in the face and got her teeth broken.
I thought that was the other white girl.
Oh, you're talking about the Krishan. Okay, I got you. The blue face girl. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, her. So sad for her.
Yeah, sad situation.
She did a video with
Krayshawn back in like early 2011.
Yeah,
she was good. Now she got like a mom song. It's so stupid. But anyway, I don't know. I don't really have a lot to say about the. I feel like everybody has a different opinion on it's women's fault, it's man's fault. I don't think the only women that come from 2-parent homes can be good wives. I don't agree with that at all, because I feel like sometimes you want to work so hard for what you didn't have that you're willing to put more in than if you just take for granted what you saw growing up. I just think it looks so easy and it's not. So I disagree with that. But I mean, I don't really fight people on their opinions because we all come from a different place. So
is that something that you heard? Is that like a thing that only good wives?
I know from experience. I mean, I didn't have like a good home growing up, and like I was married for 11 years and I was really good. Like I was a good wife. I mean, I'm just going to say, that's my opinion myself, but he would say that. And we had 3 kids and I stayed home and worked, and like we went through a lot together, and I would support him sometimes when he was working on kids ventures. And then he would support me. We were just like a team, so, but I didn't grow up with like that kind of family, but I valued it a lot because of that, I think. So, I mean, I don't know. I just think everybody has a different way of perceiving information, and some people emulate, and some people change, they want to provide different results, so they know they have to do something differently. And I will say that my ex-husband's parents, having been like really Southern Baptist, and like divorce is not an option. Neither his sister, that was good for me to see that too, and he had that in. But I think things happen, and that's okay. But he's a good dad. I'm grateful for the way it works. But I do think that that was something that I wanted because I didn't get it. You know what I mean? When you're a kid and you see other people have these families, and you kind of feel like you're you're being left out, like not like victimized, but that you don't have that, so it's something that you want more. And I think when you want something
Mhm.
bad enough, you're gonna work for it. So, but I get that it might not be as um instinctual, I guess would be the word, maybe is what
Yeah.
CT is getting at. Is that what you mean? Like it just comes naturally. But that is, I mean, some women just cook and clean. My mom cooked and cleaned even though she was single. And then she did get remarried, although I wouldn't call it the best marriage when I had a stepdad. But um, I think women can still be wives or act like wives even if they're single. 'Cause you can still cook dinner for your kids. You can still, you know, do all the things that like wives do in the home. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really care what other people like. I don't have a way of telling someone they're wrong or right. Just whatever people works for them. I don't think that it's men's fault if women are promiscuous, if women aren't married. I think that there's certain things that women have to bring for men to want to marry them. And so everybody's not entitled to get married. You know, I don't agree with the living at your mom's house till you're 30. I just think like that would be weird. And that's just my personal opinion. But it just seems like why not do something else? Like just living off your parents and no job? What do? You
Well,
only do
that's
so
why
much
I say
college.
but see, that's why I keep saying, like, it goes back to the father. The father has failed. The father is supposed to take care of the daughter. That's what I really believe. You don't
For
believe that,
how
Barnabas?
long though?
I mean, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, the father should have positioned himself in life to where he has connections, he has friends, his friends have good-looking sons, and it's almost like arranged marriages. And I feel like that's how America needs to be. I know you don't believe that, Barnabas, but that's how it
No,
should be.
no, I didn't say that. I'm
Okay.
not even in disagreement with that.
Okay.
But how you up here blaming this man like he's got to marry this crazy woman?
No,
Crazy,
you don't get
certified,
it's you don't get what I'm
certified,
you don't get what I'm saying.
internationally certified,
You don't get what
crazy.
I'm you don't
He
get what
wants
wasn't, he
that?
wasn't,
you don't get
Barney, he wasn't blaming that man. He was just blaming men as a whole, as males as a group, to let this get out of hand as long as it has. And now this is the after effect that some of you men are complaining about these women, where maybe your fathers could have kept the households in order. You wouldn't have this many women to complain about.
Hey, it sounds like a good idea. Yeah, having a strong father. It sounds like some Indian kind of caste system, marriage, arranged marriage.
Hold on for a second, Barnabas. Let me
Have
read
you
the
seen
super chat.
Indian matchmaking? That's good. But
Tatum with the $2 super chat says, if Denzel is dressed like a kid, women won't care. Women will care. Savage with the $5 super chat says, modern women are crazy to expect traditional outcomes.
what
He's
is
missing
all
the
these
point.
terms? They're so definite. They just put people in little boxes. People aren't that simple. I mean, people can go through phases in their lives. They can be traditional for a while, and then they can like go do something else that they dream of doing, and then they decide that's not working for them, and then they can do something else. I mean, I feel like people are so labeled, and if you didn't have this, then you can't have this, and don't do this, and you're this way. Like, and as far as someone saying like sowing their oats as boys or whatever that phrase, like I don't teach my sons that. I teach them you got to be careful out here. These women gonna try to trap you, and like you don't just go try to sleep with as many women as possible. They're crazy. A lot of them are. They get clingy and they burn your grandma's Bible. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what you said about that,
Yeah,
but
no,
got me
but I
wild.
think you as your son's mother you're supposed to tell your sons that, but the father might tell the son something else.
Not
That in my
my kid's
opinion.
father, but maybe
Yeah.
some. Yeah, some. I mean,
Let me
but for
read
some,
this.
it's like a pride, a badge of honor to like get a lot of bodies or whatever they call it, like your body count. But I think that now, like seeing how many women try to trap men and how women will say they don't want a baby, but it's not hard to get on birth control. And so how do they keep getting all these babies? They must want them.
Blue Jay, give me 1 second. Thank you so much, security boss, for coming through.
Thank you for having me, and hello and goodbye to everybody. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks for being on the panel.
Sorry. I just wanted to say I appreciate you letting me come up here. Sorry I was such a wreck. I'm like gonna get this figured out, but yeah, I want to show my face. I'm always clowning everybody in the chat. People are really like fake troll, and I'm just playing around most of the time. Like I do have strong opinions sometimes. Mostly I joke around a lot. So, but I want to just kind of like I felt like I owed everybody to come up and just like be real and not be like 777. You know, just is he redhead? Is he redheaded? Somebody told me that.
I don't think
777 hasn't showed his ugly face ever.
No, he's a dirty.
It's Italian, right? Okay. No, one of the people in your chat said that to me. I was like, I don't think so. I think he's Italian, but yeah, if he was red-haired, I was gonna like clown him even more. I'm just kidding, but yeah, I just want to say thank you for letting me up. But I'll get off so more people can come up. And
oh yeah, thank you so much.
Bye, Blue Jay. Nice seeing you.
Bye, Rob. Okay, bye.
Savage with the $2 super chat says, Barnabas, you are not my cousin. I have better genes. J Hub with the $5 super chat says, then how do we stop women who come from bad families and who don't qualify for marriage to stop breeding with Pookie and Ray Ray? I mean, it's up to the men. It's up to the men. Go ahead, Barnabas. We'll say you to this super chat.
How do you stop women who come from define bad family first off, who don't qualify for marriage? This is like, I mean, I'm an incel, but this is like super incel super chat, honestly. Okay, I can understand the incels. I am an incel. This is how women come from bad families. Don't qualify. They breed with the Pookies and the Ray Ray because you ain't nothing, J-Hub. You got to up your game, player. Go listen to some Kevin Samuels and catch up on the game or something like that. You got to get the good fish before the other fisherman gets them. You got to catch them. You got to lock them down. You can't let you can't let them other people get it, right? You just can't. How do you stop them? I mean, give me a break. Come on. Anyways, CT, let's do some role play. Pretend I'm your daughter and I'm banging Tyson Beckford. Now sit me down and tell me something. How you going to do this? Hey, Daddy. Look, I got a new boyfriend. It's Tyson Beckford from 1990. He's going to take me out for cheeseburgers. He bought me a Happy Meal. I think he loves me.
How old is the girl? How old is my daughter? How old are you?
Just let's say it's age appropriate. Any age you want. 25, Carlee Russell. Let's say I'm 25. I'm your daughter. Okay. And Tyson Beckford's 25. Let's just pretend.
Okay, hold on.
Daddy.
Let me read Savage's super chat real quick. Savage with the $5 super chat says, you ladies got body counts like Pippin, but want traditional men.
Tyson's going to take me to give me a Happy Meal. I'm in love.
You're so triggered.
Okay, so let's do it again, Barnabas. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. I'm your daughter. I'm 25. Yeah. It's 1990s. Tyson Beckford's 25.
Okay.
Hey, and I live with you because I'm a good girl, right? Just like you wanted, right?
Okay.
Hey, Daddy, I met someone special. His name is Tyson Beckford. He sells cologne and magazine covers. He's going to take me to get a Happy Meal. I really like him.
Okay.
I'm in love.
Okay.
We've been seeing each other for 2 weeks.
And I'll say this. Sweetheart, you know Tyson Beckford is a bit of a player. He sleeps and talks to and has access to pretty much any woman he wants.
You don't know that. He says he loves me.
Well, there's 6 billion women on the planet. The likelihood that Tyson Beckford, who is a fashion model, likes any one person is pretty much an absurdity in itself.
Why do you say that? You don't think I'm pretty? You said I was pretty, Daddy.
Well, you're no supermodel, and Tyson Beckford more than likely is only going to date a supermodel.
You're just trying to get in the way. He told me that you were going to get in the way of us. You're just trying to stop true love.
No, I just want you to go to med.
You're calling me ugly.
Well, go to med school.
You don't love me. I don't want to go. I want to be a housewife to Tyson Beckford.
You're not going to be a housewife to Tyson Beckford.
Why not? You told me to be a housewife. I found a man I love.
Well, you should get with a.
Why won't you give me the blessing, Daddy? You ain't shit, CT. You ain't shit. You got to destroy your daughter's self-esteem. You ain't no good.
Nina, you think that's going to destroy her self-esteem?
Right, Will.
No, but I think in a real situation, and not your cringy ass voice, Barney, that you would probably steer your daughter towards men that you would think would be more eligible and compatible to her. Like you would be like, hey, whatever happened to so-and-so that, you know, came with her to the barbecue or something like that? You would bring up other people that you thought might be more of her fit.
Yeah, but what kind of chick wants to be with some after you had Tyson Beckford? What kind of chick wants to be with a normal dude? Come on.
Still no. All of this.
That's like a math equation. It's equal on both sides. That's algebra. It's basic algebra.
Okay, well, there's just gonna be a whole bunch of Amy Schumers that have been run through and delusional, thinking that they're the Queen of Sheba, and then they're gonna get that wake up call at 45 years old on a whole bunch of SSRIs and still single. So then we're gonna be having this conversation again. How did we get here? Because nobody wants to talk about it.
And now that you're saying that, like me growing up, I remember being 28 and I was with a dude for a while, and my dad straight up said, yo, I don't want you to be with him. He can't come back to this house anymore, and you need to leave him alone. And I was like, Barnabas sitting up here, oh no, Daddy, why? But my dad saw something in him that I didn't see. I have a father, I have 4 uncles and 8 brothers. I was guided. I knew what they expected. And regardless if we're living in this world today, it doesn't change who a man is, and it doesn't change who a woman is. There are particular things that you expect of a man in a traditional world, a modern world, or whatever. That does not change, and the same with a woman. And he was not the man that my father felt was good enough for me. So I was very privileged that I had a father to tell me, yo, he cannot come around here anymore.
Yeah, but tell
now I'm thinking about it. I'm wondering, did my dad think he looked did he look too good for me? Now that y'all said
yeah. Your dad, I guess, wanted to call you ugly. I guess he wanted to protect you. But listen, did any of that work, or did it just push you more towards him? Tell the truth.
No, it definitely worked because my dad is the head of the household, and I listen to my father. That's just it.
You broke over the man because your father told you.
I stopped messing with this man because my father said that I shouldn't be with him. My dad didn't know what I already was going through with the man. He was already sleeping around on me, and I was still crying and trying to hang in there and everything. But when my dad said that, and he said, take you 14 days for a rest and a break, you'll be all right. I'm all right now. I'm good.
So let me define these terms. You said you took a break. I just want to speak in clear and concise terms to make sure I understand this. So your father said, don't mess with him. And you took you gave him a 2 weeks notice, and you never saw, spoke, or had sex with him again. Is that true?
Exactly. Gave him a 2 weeks notice, haven't talked to him, haven't heard from him at all.
Oh, well. Hold on for a second. I'm Nina, impressed, Roscoe. I don't know why Savage is doing this. He says, Nina, it's sad you want to make it personal. When women sleeping with other men, they get married. Men get a bad deal. You mad because you hate yourself. Because you mad because your self-hate. I don't know.
No, hold on. I don't know what his problem is with me. I guess we have a 2 for 2 for certain powdered dusty donuts today. So I said, leave me alone, Savage. Not sure why you're in your feelings with me today. I have 0 issues with you, but sure, keep giving CT super chats in my name. The second thing that I was going to say, Savage, just because you're the token white guy that grew up in a black ghetto gives you no license to know anything about me. So keep my name out your fucking mouth.
Did you just call me a powdered donut? I'm confused.
No, not you, Bernie. No.
Oh, 2 for 2. I don't know. That's my cousin you're talking about. And my father is actually be brave and think. Anyways, you got any smoke for me, CT? I got to go. You're a coward. I mean, I've already said all this stuff, right? You get my message. Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes. You got my message, CT? You ain't got nothing to say because you got nothing to say. You got nothing to stand on. You got no foundation. You're crumbling. You're a sellout. You're a disgrace. I don't even want to talk to you anymore. You'll be lucky if I watch your show ever again. Peace out, Nina, Roz girl. Hey, cuz Savage Red. I'll see you at the cookout. All right, take it easy. Bye.
I'm gonna let this white boy tell me about Black culture. Thanks, Mark, for coming through. Guys, I think I'm gonna end it right here. This has been a great live stream. Nina, thank you so much for being here the entire time.
Thank you. I was gonna tell you, I was about to head out to start cooking, but he just texted me. He said we're going out tonight, so let me go and get dressed. So I'll talk to you later.
Have fun, Nina.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you guys so much for all the super chats, cash apps. I want to give a big shout out to J Dub, Ali, CKJ, Bob, Tatum, Savage, of course. Arnold, you were hitting the super chats, man, but I don't know, man. We couldn't understand anything you were trying to say, though. Tatum, Big Ant with the super chat. Arnold was coming through, man. Marriage, politics, and sports. Thank you so much. Big Ant, Savage, man, was coming through. Thank you so much again, Savage, for the super chats. Who else, man? Oh, yeah, J Hub. Thank you so much, man. Positivity is coming your way. Savage says, Nina, I'm just as dusty as your white half. Oh, come on, man. Terry with the series says, chaotic truth working overtime on these YouTube streets to avoid unemployment benefits. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Let me see. Give me a second here. All right, I'm out of here. Guys, have a good one. Thank you so much again, guys. Peace.
Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.